Chapter 482. As a rare genius in the true Xian domain, Mu Xiaoyue had always been arrogant. Whether it was losing to Yixing at the Young Hero competition or losing to Yixing for the second time in he had never given up on competing with Yixing. Mu Xiaoyue had always been confident that one day, he would be able to surpass Yixing and take back the glory that belonged to him. But now, his belief had been shattered. Mu Xiaoyue had used less than a year to break through to the third level of the astral realm. Now, he was already at the peak of the third level of the astral realm. He was only one step away from becoming a 4-star enlightened being. This speed was extremely fast. However, compared to Yixing, who had broken through 5 levels in a year and reached the 5th level of the astral realm, Mu Xiaoyue's speed was mediocre. At the same level, Mu Xiaoyue was no match for Yixing. Now that there was a gap of 2 levels, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. They were no longer on the same level. This was indeed the case. Yixing was now on par with the 7-star enlightened being. As for Mu Xiaoyue, although he was still strong, he was only on par with a 5-star enlightened being. Looking at Yixing's back, Mu Xiaoyue sighed in his heart, sigh. Even if I can't be on par with him, I have to follow in his footsteps and advance on the martial path with him. I'm already 1 step behind, I can't fall behind by 2 or 3 steps. In a year, the cultivation of the younger generation of the true Xian domain had changed a lot. Yang Gang had reached the 4th level of the astral realm, while Meng Zhi and Bai Tsang were still at the 3rd level. They were no longer on the same level. Among the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking, only Meng Zhi and Bai Tsang's cultivation had increased within the same realm. Shui Yan, Nan Xinyue, Du Feiyun, Shi Du, and Kai Xia's cultivation had all increased from the 2nd level of the astral realm to the 3rd level. If they were to compete again, Meng Zhi and Bai Tsang might not be able to maintain their 4th or 5th positions. In the past, in the true Xian domain's Earth Profound ranking, a 3rd stage astral realm martial artist would be ranked first. But now, the 1st stage of the Earth Profound ranking was 5th stage astral realm. Yang Gang was 4th stage astral realm, but he was only ranked 3rd. The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all 3rd stage astral realm martial artists. The warriors of the true Xian domain could tell from the younger generation geniuses on the Earth Profound ranking that this was a golden age of martial arts, and geniuses were emerging in large numbers. If the true Xian region was like this, the other regions would definitely not be any worse. It was hard to imagine how many geniuses would emerge from the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Some of the juniors were already 23 or 24 years old. They had already made their names a year or 2 ago. But there were also some juniors who were 21 or 22 years old. They were rising up from behind, and would definitely shine brightly at this competition. There was bound to be an exciting and intense battle between a genius of the younger generation who had already made a name for himself and a rising star. The warriors of the true Xian domain were very envious of the younger generation geniuses who were able to participate in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Although the warriors knew that 90% of the younger generation geniuses of the true Xian domain were cannon fodder in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament and would be eliminated soon, they could at least watch this exciting and intense battle between geniuses. They could also get to know the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Even if the warriors of the true Xian domain wanted to watch, they wouldn't be able to. This was because the Divine Continent Mountain was located in the center of the East Divine Continent, and the true Xian domain was located at the eastern edge of the East Divine Continent. The distance between the 2 regions was extremely far, more than 10 million miles. Even for a perfected person, it was extremely difficult to travel to the Divine Continent Mountain. After leaving the true Xian domain, the outside world was an unfamiliar environment. Even the astral realm perfected person was filled with danger. Only a small portion of the middle-level perfected person with extremely high cultivation had left half a year earlier to head to the Divine Continent Mountain to watch the battle. Each of the 9 upper sects had sent an exalted person as a representative. Furthermore, there were also middle-level perfected person who had volunteered to watch the battle. Not long after, the perfected person and exalted person of the 9 upper sects had gathered in the 9 sect alliance's main hall. There were 9 exalted person and nearly 20 middle-level perfected person. In addition to the 10 geniuses of the younger generation, there were more than 30 people in total. Exalted Yang-gu of the Big Dipper sect was leading the team. He had a total of 3 high-tier level 3 demonic beasts. They were the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect, the White-Boned sect, and the Boundless sect. The high-tier level 3 demonic beasts were extremely fast. They would reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire in about 10 days. After reaching the border of the Qingyu Empire through the teleportation formation, they would reach the capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire in about 10 days. After that, they would reach the Divine Continent Mountain within a day. A month's time was sufficient. The 9 upper sects each rode their own demonic beasts according to their camp. Yixing naturally rode on the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect together with the righteous sect martial artists. Other than Yonggang, Yixing's juniors were Du Feiyun of the Flowing Wind sect and Nan Xinyue of the Flying Rainbow sect. Yonggang was in a hurry to refine the 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade so that he could break through to the 5 stars enlightened master before reaching the Divine Continent Mountain. Thus, he sat with his eyes closed the entire way. Yixing was also cultivating. He cultivated the spiritual grade supreme grade falling star incantation. He wanted to reach the 5th level as soon as possible so that he could strengthen his astral stars and increase his strength. Du Feiyun wanted to chat more with Nan Xinyue. However, Nan Xinyue's mind was not on Du Feiyun at all. She spent most of her time looking at Yixing's back. In her opinion, she was more interested in looking at Yixing's back than chatting with Du Feiyun. Yixing was already a 5 stars enlightened master at such a young age. Furthermore, his battle strength was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he would shine in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition and become famous throughout the Divine Continent. Compared to Yixing, the other young geniuses of the True Xian domain were all inferior. In the True Xian domain, there were countless young female martial artists who were yearning for love. They viewed Yixing as their idol and even their dream lover. Nan Xinyue was one of them. Not only Nan Xinyue, but esteemed Yang-gu, esteemed Chen-feng, esteemed Qinghong, and the other elders of the 3 major sects were also sizing up Yixing. Yixing had also surprised and shocked them. A 5 stars enlightened master under the age of 20 with the battle strength of a 7 stars enlightened master. He will definitely become famous in this genius competition. Esteemed Yang-gu thought to himself. He knew that each of the East Divine Continent's top 10 young geniuses had the terrifying battle strength of a 7 stars enlightened master at such a young age. Yixing was undoubtedly at the same level as them. The difference was that among the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent, 5 of them were from the 3 upper rank empires, and the other 5 were from the 9 middle rank empires. As for the 24 lower rank empires, none of them were ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. And Yixing was from the True Xian domain, which was one of the 72 lower regions. Even the lower rank empires did not have a single young genius ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. If the True Xian domain could produce one, how glorious would that be? They would definitely become famous throughout the East Divine Continent. It is not easy to complete 10 chapters a day, but I am working hard to complete 10 chapters a day. I hope my brothers can support me. Today's monthly votes are too few. It is already night time, and there are only a few dozen votes. My heart aches. Please give me some warmth, okay? Chapter 483. Yonggang didn't have a black hole star vortex, so his absorption speed was much slower than Yixing's. It took him 10 days to completely absorb a grade 9 spiritual grade corpse jade, even if the death aura inside had been refined. Before arriving at the Qingyu Empire's imperial capital, Yonggang's cultivation had finally broken through to the 5th level of the astral realm. Although a 24-year-old at the 5th level of the astral realm couldn't be compared to Yixing's under the age of 20, it was still an extremely rare cultivation speed in the true Xian domain. In the history of the true Xian domain, there had been a 9-star yellow fate genius who was only a 5-star sage at the age of 24. Even if Yang Gang didn't have the ability to challenge those of a higher level, his cultivation at the 5th level of the astral realm was enough to impress the martial artists of the true Xian domain. It was almost certain that a 24-year-old 5-star sage could break through to the 6-star sage before the age of 30. The golden cultivation time of a sage could last until the age of 35. This meant that Yang Gang had a great opportunity to break through the heavenly fate limit and become a venerable master at the 7th level of the astral realm. Venerable masters were at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in the true Xian domain. One more venerable master was a powerful force for the 9 high sects. Yang Gang was happy, but Venerable Yang Gu was even happier. The martial artists were surprised that Yang Gang could break through to the 5-star sage realm so quickly. It was really unexpected. However, no one asked about it. Venerable Yang Gu didn't ask, and Yang Gang didn't say anything. The martial artists could only guess what the reason was. In the capital of the Qingyu Empire, the martial artists of the true Xian domain were using the teleportation array. The lowest level of the teleportation array was level 4. An ordinary level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 100,000 miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 1,000,000 miles. A great level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 10 million miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could only be set up by a level 4 array master. A low-grade empire basically didn't have a level 4 array master. Therefore, low-grade empires usually invited a level 4 array master from a mid-grade empire to set up a minor level 4 teleportation array. It was not easy to hire a level 4 array master. Moreover, many materials were needed to set up a teleportation array. It was already very good for a low-rank empire to be able to set up a level 4 teleportation array. Some low-rank empires could not even gather the materials for a level 4 lower-rank teleportation formation, nor could they afford to hire a level 4 array master. Within their territory, there was not even a single level 4 lower-rank teleportation formation. Activating a small success level 4 teleportation array was not easy. It consumed a lot of resources. Everyone had to pay 500 mid-grade star crystals to the array manager of the Qingyu Empire before they could use the teleportation array. They were sent 1,000,000 miles away in the blink of an eye, arriving at the border of the Qingyu Empire near the center of the East Divine Continent. After another 3 days, Yixing stopped cultivating. He had finally reached the 5th level of the spirit tier falling star incantation. The intensity of his astral energy had increased, and his strength had increased. Yixing and Yang Gang were more familiar with each other. Now that both of them were not cultivating, they began to chat. Seeing that Yixing had stopped cultivating, Yang Gang took the initiative to change the topic. The genius selection this time has gathered the younger generation geniuses from all 108 regions of the East Divine Continent. Every lower province had 10 geniuses of the younger generation, every low-rank empire had 20 geniuses of the younger generation, every middle-rank empire had 30 geniuses of the younger generation, and every high-rank empire had 40 geniuses of the younger generation. There are a total of 1,590 younger generation geniuses participating. I'm afraid that only those with the strength of a 6-star sage and above are qualified to enter the top 100. Even if I break through to the 5th level of the astral realm, I can only not fall behind in the selection. It is impossible for me to enter the top 100. Yixing, with your strength, entering the top 100 is a certainty. You might even be able to enter the top 10. Yixing was slightly surprised. Ordinary martial artists did not know the strength of the 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect, but the exalted masters of the 9 high sects knew. Therefore, Yang Gang was very clear that Yixing's strength was at the level of a 7-star sage. Even so, he only had hopes of entering the top 10. It was clear that the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent were all extraordinary. Yixing said, "The East Divine Continent is so vast and there are so many geniuses. Although I'm ranked first in the true Xian region, I'm nothing in the entire East Divine Continent. It's good enough to be in the top 100. I don't want to be in the top 10. Although Yixing was not clear about the cultivation of the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent, it should not be too ridiculous for them to be under 25 years old. As a 7-star sage, he should be extremely powerful. However, he had no intention of competing in the genius selection. He definitely would not enter the top 10 to avoid being noticed by the great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, he deliberately belittled himself and prepared himself for not being able to enter the top 10. Yang Gang said emotionally, "The younger generation geniuses of the low-rank empires are not that much stronger than us. The key is that the younger generation geniuses of the middle and high-rank empires are too good. They have sufficient resources, high destiny, and powerful supremacies to teach them. It is really difficult to compare. The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent are all from the middle and high-rank empires. The younger generation geniuses of the high-rank empires are the most terrifying. The younger generation geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires occupy the top 5 positions. The other 9 middle-rank empires occupy the bottom 5 positions. There is not a single one in the low-rank empires. The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were the top 10 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation in the past 2 years. The true Xian region was remote, so not many people knew about the top 10 young geniuses. However, all the younger geniuses of the East Divine Continent had to participate in this year's genius selection. As a result, the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were known in the remote regions. Yixing had spent most of the year cultivating in the Sky Corpse mountain range and the rest of the time in the Falling Star sect. He had not heard of the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Hearing Yang Gang's words, Yixing could not help but ask, "This is the first time I've heard of the top 10 young geniuses. Do all of them have the strength of a 7-star venerable? It seems that young Master Yi is really dedicated to cultivating." The top 10 young geniuses of the 9 Heavens City have been known for a long time. Few people don't know about them. Nan Xinyue, who had been wanting to chat with Yixing, finally seized the opportunity and said, "The top 10 young geniuses do have the strength of a 7-star venerable. Moreover, their cultivations are all at the 6th stage of the astral realm. Each of them can defeat opponents of a higher level and have defeated a 7-star venerable before." Yixing smiled at Nan Xinyue and nodded. Seeing Yixing smile at her, Nan Xinyue was happy and her heart was beating fast. She continued, "Although the top 10 geniuses are very powerful and can challenge those of a higher level, I don't think Mr. Yi is inferior to them. Moreover, they can only challenge opponents of a higher level. However, young Master Yi is a 5-star venerable and has the strength of a 7-star venerable. In this aspect, young Master Yi is superior." Chapter 484. All the missing chapters have been filled. Seeing Nan Xinyue looking at Yixing with eyes full of hearts, Du Feiyun didn't feel good and was extremely jealous of Yixing. In his eyes, Nan Xinyue was a top beauty. She was just like a goddess. However, Nan Xinyue was cold and indifferent to him. She was smiling at Yixing. This difference made him feel very uncomfortable. Du Feiyun said, "What kind of people are the top 10 geniuses?" "They are the strongest young geniuses in the entire East Divine Continent. Even the young geniuses of low-rank empires aren't ranked among them. Yixing is indeed very outstanding in the true Xian domain, and he deserves to be number 1. However, he can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses. Each of the top 10 geniuses are mid-level venerable heavenly wills. In the future, they will at least be mid-level venerable heavenly wills. Among them, the most outstanding ones are even high-level venerable heavenly wills. They can grow to become venerable lords. Yixing's heavenly wills can't be venerable heavenly wills. The difference between enlightened masters and venerable heavenly wills is like heaven and earth. How can they be compared? Yixing also smiled at Du Feiyun and said, Brother Du is right. I know my own limits. I naturally can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses. Although Du Feiyun's words were unpleasant to hear, Yixing wanted this effect. The reason why the great Yuan dynasty held the genius election was to search for the demon star of troubled times, which was Yixing. In a small place like the true Xian domain, Yixing could be in the limelight. The great Yuan dynasty wouldn't pay attention to such a small place. However, the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition was different. There were only 5 continents in the Star Continent. Unless the great Yuan dynasty was blind, they would definitely monitor the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition. Yixing didn't care about Du Feiyun's words, but as one of Yixing's admirers, Nan Xinyue wasn't happy to hear it. Nan Xinyue glanced at Du Feiyun unhappily and said, the top 10 heavenly talents all became 6-star perfected cultivators when they were over 21 or 22 years old. Young Master Yi, on the other hand, is only 19 years old. He broke through 5 realms in a year and became a 5 stars enlightened master. Do you think young Master Yi is far from becoming a 6 stars enlightened master? As long as young Master Yi broke through to 6 stars before the age of 20, then even the 10 prodigies would be inferior to him. This time, the genius selection was a competition of current strength, not future cultivation. Although the 10 geniuses are blessed by the heavens, their current strength may not be comparable to young Master Yi's. I believe that young Master Yi definitely has the strength to fight for the top 10. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to enter the top 10 and squeeze out one of the 10 geniuses. Young Master Yi will then become one of the 10 geniuses. The more Nan Xinyue praised Yixing, the more upset Du Feiyun felt. He snorted and didn't say anything. Yixing didn't want his reputation to be blown up, so he quickly changed the topic. I haven't even seen the top 10 heavenly talents. It's too early to say that I can compete with them. I don't even know who they are. Brother Yang, can you introduce them to me? Yixing saw that Du Feiyun was jealous, so he asked Yang Gang. However, before Yang Gang could speak, Nan Xinyue said first, Young Master Yi, I know them. Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire are ranked 1st and 4th respectively. Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxia of the Black Raven Empire are ranked 2nd and 5th respectively. Ing Chongkong of the Heavenly Eagle Empire is ranked 3rd. Wu Yuanjing of the Black Tiger Empire is ranked 6th. Shang Buchuan of the Ancient Shang Empire is ranked 7th. Bei Gong Yidao of the Beilan Empire is ranked 8th. Hua Jiaoyang of the Flaming Light Empire is ranked 9th. Qi Yun An of the Zhanqi Empire is ranked 10th. Mo Tong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxia, and Ing Chongkong are all young geniuses from high-rank empires. The other 5 are from middle-rank empires. Yixing nodded slightly, but he was secretly paying attention to Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire. According to He Biao, Wei Qingxian would participate in the selection as a young genius of the Blood Edge Empire. After Nan Xinyue stopped talking, Yang Gang continued, the top 10 heavenly talents were determined a year or 2 ago. In the past year, many young geniuses have risen in the East Divine Continent, and they have hope of becoming one of the top 10 heavenly talents. Yixing's eyes lit up. There might be news about Wei Qingxian among them. He asked, who are they? Yang Gang said, Blood Edge Empire's Zi Xian, Black Raven Empire's Yi Binglong, Sky Eagle Empire's Ing Xiangyang, Stone Cliff Empire's Shi Jianyu, Lai Feng Empire's Feng Jianlu, and Golden Rainbow Empire's Jin Gang. They are all young geniuses who have risen rapidly in the past year. I've heard that their aptitudes aren't the least bit inferior to the top 10 geniuses. Perhaps, after this year's selection, the top 10 geniuses will change. Nan Xinyue said, among these young geniuses, there should be young Master Yi. Yixing's lips curled into a smile. Wei Qingxian was indeed among these young geniuses. She was the Blood Edge Empire's Xian. Moreover, whether it was the top 10 heavenly talents or the young geniuses, there were geniuses with the surname Yi. This made Yixing feel much more relaxed. If there was no one with the surname Yi in the top 10, even if he was in the bottom 10, he would be too conspicuous. Along the way, Yixing listened to Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue talk about the top 10 heavenly talents, as well as some news about the young geniuses. He understood a lot about the elites of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. The top 10 heavenly talents were all extremely powerful existences. Those young geniuses were also not weak and had the potential to become one of the top 10 heavenly talents. With so many strong opponents, even if Yixing wanted to enter the top 10, it would not be an easy task. Therefore, if he did not enter the top 10, he would not be outstanding. Otherwise, if the top 10 were not strong and he deliberately went easy on them, it was very likely that some experts would see through it. After leaving the Qingyu Empire, half a month later, the group from the True Xian domain arrived at the Second Empire, the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire. The young geniuses of this generation were not very outstanding compared to other middle-rank empires. No one was ranked among the top 10 heavenly talents, nor were there any outstanding young geniuses. However, the Heavenly Wolf Empire was not too far behind among the middle-rank empires. Its strength was considered to be in the middle. In the imperial capital, there was a complete level 4 teleportation formation. Through the level 4 teleportation formation in the Heavenly Wolf Empire, the group from the True Xian domain traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Finally, they arrived at the central region of the East Divine Continent. They were not far from the Divine Continent Mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was located between the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Heavenly Eagle Empire. It did not belong to any of the empires. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, reaching straight into the clouds. Even sovereigns and kings could not reach the peak of the mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was the landmark of the East Divine Continent. The East Divine Continent was also named after the mountain. The group from the True Xian domain finally arrived at the Divine Continent Mountain after nearly a month of traveling. Chapter 485. Dayuan Calendar, Year 1003, December 30th. Today was an important day. 3 years ago today, Yixing had arrived at the Star Continent. He had reached the age of 16, sensed the stars, and stepped onto the martial path. 2 years ago today, Yixing had reached the age of 17. In the Green Cloud Mountain Range, he had discovered a star crystal mine. After absorbing the star crystal spiritual milk, he had broken through to the star vortex realm and become a martial sage. 1 year ago today, Yixing had reached the age of 18. In the True Xian domain's Young Hero Assembly, he had broken through to the astral realm and become a perfected person. He had won in one fell swoop, becoming the number 1 junior in the True Xian domain. Today, Yixing had reached the age of 19. The East Divine Continent's Young Genius Assembly would be held at the Divine Continent Mountain. Yixing would compete with all the young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. However, Yixing did not intend to be number 1 today. He did not even intend to enter the top 10. He only wanted to enter the top 100 and obtain the right to participate in the 3rd genius election. In the southern part of the Divine Continent Mountain, there was a valley. The terrain was gentle, and it was several li wide and 10 li long. It was very wide. The Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire were the organizers of the genius election. The 3 empires had sent people to this valley early on to start construction. In the center of the valley, 10 arenas had been built to serve as the venue for the genius election. On the 2 sides of the mountain ridges, there were stone chairs for the spectators. In the depths of the valley, at the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain, there were pavilions built. The environment was clearly much better than the stone chairs on the 2 sides of the mountain ridges. The East Divine Continent had a total of 36 empires. This genius selection was a grand occasion for the East Divine Continent. Each empire had sent honorables to escort their young geniuses. The beautiful pavilions were for the honorables to watch the battles. Naturally, they were different from the ordinary stone chairs. On the two sides of the valley, there was a sea of people. Compared to the true Xian domain's young hero assembly, there were many more spectators. The two mountain ridges stretched for 10 li and were about 400 to 500 meters tall. On each mountain ridge, there were no less than 10 million martial artists watching. Moreover, most of these spectators were perfected persons. There were also quite a number of martial sages, all of whom were relatively young. They should have been brought here by their elders to broaden their horizons. Most of the spectators were from the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire. However, there were also some from other regions. The geniuses of the younger generation participating in the Genius Assembly were separated into 108 different locations according to the region they were in. They were together with the enlightened masters and elders of the various regions. The true Xian region was one of the most ordinary regions. It was located at the end of the mountain ridge on the right side of the valley. The names of the younger generation geniuses from the various regions had already been handed over to the people in charge of hosting the Genius Assembly in the 3 high-rank empires. The 3 upper-rank empires had sent 3 one-star martial highnesses and 10 half-martial highnesses to host the competition. Of the 3 one-star venerables, 1 was at the front of the valley, 1 was at the middle of the valley, and 1 was at the end of the valley. They were in control of the overall situation. The 10 half-step martial highness realm experts were assigned to the 10 arenas to supervise the battles between the younger generation geniuses in their respective arenas. Yi Xing looked around, searching for Wei Qingxuan's figure. Wei Qingxian was where the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were located. It was located on the same mountain ridge as the true Xian region, but it was located in the deepest part of the valley. It was not far from the pavilion where the venerables were located. As one of the 3 high-rank empires, the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were naturally located in the first place. As for the Black Crow Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire martial artists, they were located opposite the Blood Edge Empire martial artists and very close to the pavilion where the venerables were located. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were located on the same mountain ridge. Even though Yi Xing could see far, he could not see where Wei Qingxian was in the sea of people. After all, the distance between them was too great. There were too many people blocking his line of sight. On the other hand, Yi Xing could see the martial artists on the opposite side of the valley very clearly. Yang Gang sat beside Yi Xing and said, "Do you see those martial artists in the deepest part of the mountain ridge? They are martial artists from the Black Crow Empire. There are a total of 40 young geniuses. The 2 at the front are Yi Wuyan, wearing red clothes, and Yi Wuxia, wearing white clothes." Yi Xing followed Yang Gang's instructions and his gaze fell on Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxia. Yi Wuyan was a man like fire. He wore red clothes and his skin was also red, as if there was a flame burning inside his body. Yi Wuxia was like a fairy in ice and snow. Except for her black hair, the rest of her body was snow white. Her snow-white skin and snow-white clothes were spotless. Seeing Yi Wuxia, Yi Xing could not help but think of Mu Xiaoyue. The first time he saw Mu Xiaoyue was also spotless in white clothes. Although they were separated by nearly 10 miles, Yi Wuyan and Yi Wuxia could still sense Yi Xing's gaze and looked back at Yi Xing. Yi Wuxia glanced at Yi Xing indifferently and then turned her head, ignoring him. Yi Wuyan's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. His eyes sharpened as he glared at Yi Xing who, in an instant, Yi Xing felt as if a sea of fire was rushing towards him, wanting to drown him and burn him to ashes. Yi Wuyan's fire grand momentum had at least reached the subtle realm. He could use the fire grand momentum to injure others. Although this was an illusion, if a martial artist's mind fell into it and thought that they were really in a sea of fire, it was possible that their mind would be burned and their mind would be damaged. Yi Xing immediately withdrew his gaze. His fire grand momentum was even more profound than Yi Wuyan's. He was only one step away from reaching perfection. Yi Wuyan's fire grand momentum had no effect on Yixing. Yi Wuyan was surprised. The martial artist at the end of the valley was obviously from an ordinary lower province. Yi Wuyan found it strange that a martial artist from a lower province could not be suppressed by his fire grand momentum. He sized up Yixing again. Yixing's gaze shifted to the martial artists from the Heavenly Eagle Empire next to him. The Heavenly Eagle Empire also had 40 young geniuses participating in the genius competition. All of them were mid-level perfected masters. Most of them were 4-star perfected masters, with less than half of them being 5-star and 6-star perfected masters. However, there were only 2 people who attracted Yixing's attention. One of them was dressed in black and had a slender figure. The other was dressed in blue and had a bright face. They were obviously Ying Changkong and Ying Xiangyang. One was ranked among the top 10 geniuses, and the other was a rising star. In order to avoid attracting their attention, Yixing's gaze only swept past them briefly. Yixing observed a few more junior geniuses from middle-grade empires. A few of them had extremely powerful auras. Clearly, they were either one of the top 10 prodigies or a rising star who had the potential to become one of the top 10 prodigies. Yixing could clearly see those on the opposite side of the mountain. However, he could not see those on the same mountain as him. Yixing was looking at the pavilion in the depths of the valley when a venerable flew out from it. 8th update. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 486. This person didn't have a flying spiritual tool behind him, nor did he have the astral wings. He was just walking in the air. Walking in the air without the help of external forces was something only astral reaching realm venerables could do. Astral reaching realm allowed one to comprehend the extremities of the universe and become one with the heaven and earth. To venerables, there was no difference between air, earth, or water. The only difference was their attributes. Moreover, this venerables came from the top floor of the pavilion, so he wasn't an ordinary venerables. Because venerables had different statuses in the pavilion, their levels were also different. The venerables of low-grade empires were at the bottom floor, while the venerables of mid-grade empires were at the middle floor. The highest floor was occupied by the venerables of upper-grade empires. This venerables walked in the air and arrived in the sky above the valley. Tens of millions of martial artists stopped their discussions and focused their gazes on this venerables. Many martial artists revealed reverence in their eyes. Clearly, they recognized this venerables. However, none of the true Xian region's martial artists recognized him. They didn't know who he was. The venerables in the sky first introduced himself. I am Venerables Mo Jian from the Blood Edge Empire. I welcome friends from all over the East God continent to participate in or watch this year's competition. The true Xian region's martial artists were all shocked. The venerables in the sky were actually venerables. The venerable's status among venerables was like the venerable's status among Taoists. Only high-level astral reaching realm venerables could be called venerables. This venerables Mo Jian was at least at the 7th level of astral reaching realm. For the true Xian region where even 1-star venerables were legends, this was too high up. Venerables Mo Jian continued, this year's competition has a total of 1,590 participants. The first round will determine the top 100, and the top 100 will be qualified to participate in the third competition held by the Great Yuan dynasty. The second round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain the title of East God Continent's top 10 Heavens Prides. The third round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain generous rewards from the Blood Edge Empire, Black Raven Empire, and Sky Eagle Empire. The young geniuses participating in the competition were all excited upon hearing this. The rewards from the top 3 empires would definitely be extremely generous. However, only the top 10 geniuses would be rewarded. This caused 99% of the younger generation to feel despair. The difficulty was too high. Even the top 10 geniuses did not have a 100% chance of succeeding. This was because, after this competition, there was an 80% to 90% chance that one of the original 10 geniuses would be eliminated. Yixing felt that it was a pity. He was very confident in his own strength. It was hard to get first place, but it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. However, compared to the reward, his life was more important. He could only give up on the top 10 reward. In the sky, Reverend Mo Jian paused for a moment and continued, there are a total of 10 arenas in the valley. The first round of the competition will be divided into 100 groups, and each group will have their own arena. When the competition starts, leaving the arena will be considered as a failure. The last person remaining on the arena will advance to the second round. The second round of the competition would be divided into 10 groups. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who remained in the arena at the end would be the top 10 and would advance to the third round. Those who lost would have a chance to challenge someone else. In the third round of the competition, the 10 people will fight one after another. One victory will accumulate 1 point. The points will determine the rankings from 1st to 10th, and they will be rewarded accordingly. After Reverend Mo Jian finished speaking, he looked at the younger generation below and sized them up one by one. He continued, the chances of entering the top 100 and obtaining the right to participate in the third genius selection competition are very low. The chances of entering the top 10 and obtaining the rewards from the 3 upper rank empires are even lower. However, the younger generation participating in the competition, please don't be discouraged. It's time for the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to open again. After discussion among the 3 upper rank empires, regardless of victory or defeat, all participants will obtain the opportunity to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to train. Most of the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm. However, the martial artists from the 3 upper rank empires were all excited. The Divine Continent Mystery Realm was located in the Divine Continent Mountain. Usually, only the 3 upper rank empires and 9 middle rank empires could lay their hands on this treasure ground. Even the younger generation martial artists from the lower rank empires were not qualified to enter. Although the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm, they could tell from the words that this was a treasure ground. There would definitely be benefits if they entered. All the martial artists were excited. Reverend Mo Jian looked at the delighted younger generation martial artists and revealed a smile on his face. He said, all right, the great meet of the younger generation of the East Divine Continent will now begin. Everyone, listen to the order and enter the arena. After speaking, Reverend Mo Jian stepped into the void and returned to the highest level of the guest house. At the highest level, there were more than 10 reverends. Some were ordinary reverends, while others were high-level reverends. As a high-level reverend from the Blood Edge Empire, Reverend Mo Jian's position was definitely at the forefront of the East Divine Continent. However, when Reverend Mo Jian returned to the guest house, he did not sit on the main seat in the middle. Instead, he went to the guest seat on the left side of the main seat. On the main eagle sat a young man. This person looked very young, similar to the younger generation participating in the genius selection competition. However, the aura that he exuded was not present in any of the younger generation geniuses. Even Reverend Mo Jian appeared weak and respectful in front of this young man. Reverend Mo Jian was not in a hurry to take a seat. Instead, he bowed before the young man and said, Your Highness, the genius selection competition has begun. Please take your time to enjoy it. Your Highness. The Crown Prince who could make Reverend Mo Jian act so respectfully was definitely not the Crown Prince of an empire. He could only be the Crown Prince of a dynasty. There was only one dynasty in the entire Star Continent, the Great Yuan Dynasty. There was only one Crown Prince in the entire Great Yuan Dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. Meng Yuansheng waved his hand gently and gestured for Reverend Mo Jian to sit down. After Reverend Mo Jian sat down, he said nonchalantly, I prefer to hear people call me Yuan Sage Monarch. Yuan Sage Monarch. Meng Yuansheng, who looked like the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, was actually a monarch at the star C grade. Upon hearing Meng Yuansheng's words, all the reverends on the highest floor of the pavilion raised their eyebrows. 29 years ago, when the star continent had opened, Meng Yuansheng, who was still a crown prince at that time, had swept his peers across the star continent, won first place, and became a son of the stars. He had entered the star continent and experienced a great opportunity. After that, Meng Yuansheng's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though he had remained in the astral reaching realm, it had not taken him too long. In a short span of 20 years, Meng Yuansheng had broken through to the star C grade and become a monarch. He had become a monarch at the age of 43 and had a lifespan of 1,000 years. He had become one of the 5 youngest people in the Great Yuan dynasty to break through to the monarch realm. This is the 9th update. My ears are ringing. My chi is tired and my mind is tired. This is unbearable. However, I will persevere and continue to write the 10th update. I will do as I say. Chapter 487. The 4 people who had broken through to the monarch realm at a younger age than Meng Yuansheng happened to be the 4 4-star monarchs of the Great Yuan dynasty. The first 3 had already passed away, while the 4th was the current supreme monarch, Meng Tai. Although Meng Yuansheng's destiny was a 1-star blue destiny, everyone believed that he would eventually become a 3-star monarch with a bright future ahead of him. In the valley, the genius trials had already begun. The 10 half-step venerates in the arena read out the names of the younger martialists who would be competing in their respective arenas. There were more than a dozen martialists in each arena. 10 groups of martialists would compete at the same time, so there were more than 100 people in total. In the end, only 10 people would enter the top 100 very quickly. The seeded contestants in the top 10 groups happened to be the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. It was impossible for the top 10 young geniuses not to enter the top 100. Those who were assigned to the top 10 groups could only admit that they were unlucky. Without a doubt, all of them would be defeated. The top 10 young geniuses would advance to the second round and enter the top 100. Yixing thought to himself, fortunately, I wasn't assigned to the top 10 groups. Otherwise, I would have to fight against the top 10 young geniuses in order to participate in the 3rd genius trials. That would be a huge risk of exposing myself. After the top 10 groups were done, the 10 half-step venerates read out the names of groups 11 to 12. Group 11, Ing Xiangyang, Gu Tian, Li Qingqing. Group 12, Yi Binglong, Hua Ruyu, Zhao Yuan. Group 13, Zishuan, Li Qianshou, Wu Ping. When the half-step venerates in the 3rd arena read out the names, Yixing's eyes lit up and he immediately looked over at the 3rd arena. Wei Qingxian was wearing a purple robe, which was actually a man's outfit. Her black hair was tied up high in a man's hairstyle, which made her look like a handsome man. Martialists who could cultivate to the perfected person realm had sharp eyes and could naturally tell that Wei Qingxian was a woman in men's clothing. If she was a woman, she would definitely be a great beauty. However, what they were thinking was definitely not as perfect as Wei Qingxian in women's clothing. At best, she would be a great beauty, not much different from other beauties in the world. However, if Wei Qingxian really appeared in women's clothing, her stunning beauty would be completely revealed. She was much more perfect than what the martial artists had imagined. It was very difficult for a normal beauty to arouse the interest of martial artists above the sage level. However, with Wei Qingxuan's stunning appearance, it was inevitable that some martial artists would have lustful thoughts. Thus, even though she was still beautiful when she wore men's clothing, she didn't look as stunning as before. Yixing's gaze was fixed on Wei Qingxian. 2 years. He had been separated from Wei Qingxian for more than 2 years. Today, they finally met again. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was actually 1 level higher than Yixing's. She was at the 6th level of the astral realm. This made Yixing inwardly astonished. In terms of age, Wei Qingxian was 2 years younger than Yixing. She should be 17 years old this year, but she was already a 6-star sage. This cultivation speed was really shocking. Yixing was 19 years old and was already a 5th-star sage. He already felt that it was very heaven-defying. None of the martial artists of the same generation he had met could compare to him. However, Wei Qingxian was an exception. If Yixing knew that Wei Qingxian had also awakened her constellation, and that she was the reincarnation of an almighty, she had the memories of her previous life, the supreme destiny, and the supreme comprehension ability, Yixing wouldn't have thought of comparing himself with Wei Qingxian. He entered the martial Dao at the age of 16, which was a late start. In the early stages, it was impossible for him to reach Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed. Even if he had enough opportunities, he still couldn't compare to her. The path of martial Dao became more difficult as one progressed. Only in the later stages of the path of martial Dao, when Wei Qingxuan's advantage weakened, Yixing might have the hope of surpassing Wei Qingxian. The seeded contestants in the 11th to 20th groups were basically the rising stars of the recent 1 or 2 years. These rising stars all had the strength to challenge the top 10 proud sons of heaven. How could the other warriors be a match for them? Naturally, they were all defeated. These rising stars followed in the footsteps of the top 10 proud sons of heaven and entered the top 100, advancing to the second round. Wei Qingxian was fighting on the stage, so she didn't notice that at the end of the valley, Yixing was watching her. After winning the battle, Wei Qingxian left the stage and returned to the Blood Edge Empire's area. Yixing couldn't see her. The younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire was led by Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue. Wei Qingxian was a rising star. Before their positions were challenged, they could only stay behind them. When Wei Qingxian returned, the cold expression on Mo Tong's face disappeared. He turned and smiled at Wei Qingxian. Mo Tong said, "Zixuan, work hard. With your strength, you have a high chance of entering the top 10. If you enter the top 10 prodigies, our Blood Edge Empire will have 3 people in it. We will surpass the Black Raven Empire and become the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent." Mo Tong was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was proud and arrogant. Even among the top 10 prodigies, he didn't put many of them in his eyes. He was cold to most of them. However, Mo Tong was different to Zixuan, who had risen rapidly in the past 2 years. He was envied by countless female prodigies in the Blood Edge Empire. However, Zixuan didn't have any feelings for Mo Tong. She was cold to him, just like how Mo Tong was cold to the others. Zixuan said coldly, "I'll be satisfied if I can enter the top 100. The competition for the top 10 is too fierce. I don't have the mood." Mo Tong shook his head and said, "Sigh, Zixuan, entering the top 10 and becoming one of the top 10 prodigies is such an honor." Mo Tong was talking excitedly at the side. Zixuan couldn't hear him at all. She was looking at the 3rd stage where she was just now. The half-step hierarch on the 3rd stage said, "Group 33, Mo Yang, Beigong Yifan, Yixing." "Yixing, is it him?" Wei Qingxian murmured in her heart. When the half-martial highness uttered Yixing's name, he immediately discovered a young man wearing a black shirt flying into the ring. The young man was handsome and had a heroic aura. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who else could it be but Yixing? It's really him. I haven't seen him for more than 2 years and he has reached Star Realm level 5. He's only 1 level lower than me. How did he do it? Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing in shock. Others didn't know how talented Wei Qingxian was and how good her cultivation conditions were. However, Wei Qingxian knew it very well. When she broke through to the martial saint realm, her memory was awakened once. When she broke through to the enlightened person realm, her memory was awakened again. She knew that she was the reincarnation of an extremely powerful almighty. When she was alive, she was stronger than a king, stronger than a quasi-god. Here's the latest update. I hope you can vote for it. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, brothers and sisters. Chapter 488. On the third ring, all the cultivators whose names were called had come up. There was a total of 16 of them. Only one of them would be able to enter the top 100, while the other 15 would be disqualified. Among the 16, there was 1 6-star sage, 3 5-star sage, 5 4-star sage, and 7 3-star sage. Without a doubt, the 6-star sage Mo Yang was the seeded contestant in this group. Not only did he have the highest cultivation, but he was also a genius from the upper rank empire, Xiaofan Empire. Other than Mo Yang, the other 3 5-star sage could also enter the top 100. After all, the genius competition was a gathering of all the geniuses in the Eastern Divine Continent. It was not rare to find geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Even the 72 lower districts had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Some even had more than one. However, the cultivators from the lower districts had lower cultivation levels. Most of them were 3-star sage, and the stronger ones were 4-star sage. There were only a few 5-star sage. Even though they had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels, they had no hope of entering the top 100. The 1,590 participants were divided into 100 groups. Each group had either 16 or 15 people, with at least 1 6-star sage or a 5-star sage whose strength was comparable to a 6-star sage. Without the strength of a 6-star sage, it was impossible to enter the top 100. The difference between the lower and upper districts was obvious in the genius selection. Even the geniuses from the lower districts who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels would be suppressed by the geniuses from the upper districts. Not to mention that the geniuses from the upper districts also had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. In comparison, the geniuses from the lower districts were much weaker. The half-step Martial Highness on the third ring stepped aside and yelled, "Those who fall off the ring lose. The last one standing will be the winner and enter the top 100. Begin." Whoosh 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 whoosh, as soon as the half-step Martial Highness gave the order, all the cultivators on the third ring activated their astrology. In an instant, more than 10 stars floated in the air, shining brightly. Not only the third ring, but the other rings also began to battle. All of them were using their astrology. The sky above the valley was filled with stars. Bang bang bang, the moment the battle began, the 3 stars venerables were in trouble. They were the primary targets. Under the attacks of the 4 stars venerables and 5 stars venerables, the 3 stars venerables were basically unable to put up any resistance. One by one, they were blasted off the stage. Yixing also used the flame astrology in order to not appear too special. However, he did not use the power of the great power of fire. Even so, his strength was still extremely powerful. With a push of his palms, Venerable 3-star was sent flying by the Gang Qi. Whoosh, suddenly, a saber light flashed and slashed toward Yixing's head. This saber strike was fast and ruthless. The attacker was a 5-star Venerable, Beigong Yifan. At this time, all the 3 stars Venerable had been blasted out of the third arena. Yixing wanted to blast away a few more Venerable 4 stars Venerable, but Beigong Yi suddenly attacked him, so he had no choice but to deal with him. Flaming Dipper Fist. Yixing wore a high-grade spirit artifact glove as he punched out. The Flaming Fist aura collided with the Blade aura. The Flaming Fist aura was cut in half. Beigong Yifan came from the Beilan Empire, a middle-ranked empire. Although he was only a 5-star enlightened master, the weapon in his hand was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Bang, the treasured saber and the flaming glove collided with a loud explosion. Beigong Yifan did not gain any advantage in the collision between a top-grade spirit artifact and a high-grade spirit artifact. His treasured saber trembled and his body was sent flying backward by Yixing's punch. Although he did not use the power of the great power of fire, Yixing used the flame astrology to perform the flaming fist. Even a 6-star enlightened master would find it difficult to block Yixing's fist. Beigong Yifan certainly could not withstand the power of Yixing's punch. Beigong Yifan was sent flying out of the arena. His eyes flashed with disbelief. His strength was invincible among the 5-star enlightened masters. He was an existence that could contend with a 6-star enlightened master. How could he be sent flying with a single punch? Seeing that Yixing sent Beigong Yifan flying with a single punch, the 6-star enlightened master Mo Yang's attention immediately fell on Yixing. He regarded Yixing as his most powerful opponent. However, Mo Yang was not in a hurry to deal with Yixing. Instead, he attacked the other younger martial artists. Yixing did the same. Soon, all the 4-star enlightened masters were sent flying out of the arena. The 5-star enlightened master was no exception. In the third arena, only Yixing and Mo Yang were left fighting for the top 100 positions. Mo Yang looked at Yixing with a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and said, "I didn't expect to meet a worthy opponent in the competition for the top 100 positions." In the Blood Edge Empire's area, Wei Qingxuan's eyes were fixed on Yixing beside her. Mo Tong said excitedly, "This kid should be a younger generation from the lower district. He's actually a 5-star enlightened master and has the ability to challenge those above his level. Interesting. Unfortunately, his opponent is Mo Yang. Mo Yang's strength is above average among the 6-star enlightened masters. There aren't many 6-star enlightened masters who can defeat him. If this kid meets a weaker 6-star enlightened master, he might have a chance to enter the top 100. But against Mo Yang, he has no chance at all." Wei Qingxian, who had been ignoring Mo Tong all this while, suddenly spoke up, "Mo Yang will lose." Mo Tong frowned, and then he revealed a smile and said, "Zixuan, since you think that kid will win, then how about we make a bet? If I win, you agree to a condition of mine, and if you win, I agree to a condition of yours." Zi Xian shook her head and said, "Although you will lose, I won't bet with you." Mo Tong chuckled and said, "In terms of destiny, you have a higher chance. But in terms of strength and insight, you are not as good as me. Just wait and see, Mo Yang will win." At this moment, on the third arena, Yixing and Mo Yang had already started to fight. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Fierce Blood Claw. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Flame Fist. In terms of martial arts, Mo Yang had a higher chance. But in terms of martial arts attainment, Yixing had the upper hand. Plus, Yixing's flame astrology was at the peak of the upper-class astrology. His spiritual level Supreme Class Falling Star incantation had reached the 5th level. The strength of his astral energy was even stronger than that of a 6-star enlightened master. Even though Mo Yang's gloves were Supreme Class spiritual weapons, he was still forced to retreat after the collision. Fierce Blood-Killing Claw. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Both of them performed their best moves. Mo Yang clawed out and a crimson-red claw shadow shot out. Yixing punched out and a fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared. The roar of the dragon shook the sky. Boom, the two of them collided again and a terrifying airwave spread out in all directions. That terrifying shockwave hit Mo Yang again and again. Mo Yang could not withstand it and his body was instantly knocked out of the arena. In the third arena, only Yixing was left. He had made it into the top 100. The rest of the people were all eliminated. The next few days will be a normal update. 2 chapters a day. Rest, rest. Starting from the 25th, it will explode until the end of the month. Begging for another monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 489. Yixing was the first 5-star Venerate to defeat a 6-star Venerate and enter the top 100, so he naturally attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. Among the martialists of the Blood Edge Empire, Wei Qingxuan's lips curled into a faint smile. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. On the other hand, Mo Tong's face was ashen as he glared at Yixing unhappily. The half-step venerate on the third platform looked at Yixing in surprise before announcing the result. Yixing wins and enters the top 100. Yixing returned to the True Xian region martialists from the third platform. Yang Gang patted him on the shoulder excitedly and said, "Haha. I knew that you would definitely enter the top 100. Although it was certain that Yixing would enter the top 100, many martialists of the True Xian region were still very excited. It was very difficult to enter the top 100 of the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition. Even the junior geniuses of low-grade empires would find it difficult to enter the top 100. The True Xian region was only one of the 72 lower regions, so entering the top 100 was already a heaven-defying achievement. At the very least, the True Xian region could be considered proud and envious among the 72 lower regions. Affected by the laughter, even the Bone sect and the other evil path cultivators, who didn't like Yixing, smiled, feeling happy in their hearts. Entering the top 100 was the glory of the entire True Xian region. At the highest level of the pavilion, Daiyuan's crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, had a clear view of the entire valley. After the half-step venerate announced the result of Yixing's victory on the third platform, Meng Yuansheng's gaze locked onto Yixing. Meng Yuansheng said, "Is this person called Yixing?" Mo Jian cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Yuan Sage Monarch." Meng Yuansheng asked, "Do you have any information about him?" Mo Jian replied, "I'll check it out right away." The Great Yuan dynasty was the only dynasty in the Star Continent and the master of all the forces in the world. Both the emperor and the sect masters of the various empires were subjects of the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuansheng nodded. After Reverend Mo Jian left, Reverend Yang Gu, Reverend Wuji, and Reverend Dried Bones were summoned for questioning. Moreover, the martial artists from the Green Feather Domain and the Azure Dragon Domain, which were near the True Xian Domain, were also questioned. Not long after, Mo Jian returned to the top floor of the pavilion and reporting to Yuan Sage King, "I have already inquired about his information. The information has been verified by various parties and should be true." Meng Yuansheng nodded. "Speak." Honorable Lord Mo Jian said, "Yixing is from the True Xian Domain. He was born in a humble family and is the son of the patriarch of a very small martial arts family. At first, his performance was mediocre, but later on, his bloodline underwent atavism and his destiny awakened. He rose rapidly on the path of martial arts and became the #1 genius of the younger generation in the True Xian Domain. Before he was 20 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the astral realm. It is said that Yixing has a venerable behind him who is nurturing him." Meng Yuansheng looked at Mo Jian and said, "Is he really the son of a martial arts family? Did he grow up in the family? Are you sure?" Honorable Lord Mo Jian nodded. "This matter is confirmed." Si Kongyan deduced that the chaotic era demon star came from outer space. 2,000 years ago, there had been people from outer space who had come to the Star Continent. For the Great Yuan dynasty, this was also a chaotic era demon star who had tried to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuansheng's first impression of the visitors from outer space was of the founder of the Dark Star sect 2,000 years ago. However, when he saw that Yixing was a member of a small martial arts family in the True Xian region, his doubts were dispelled. The Great Yuan dynasty attached great importance to the chaotic era demon star that had appeared this time. They had spent 3 years organizing a genius selection competition for the entire Star Continent in order to accurately find the chaotic era demon star and kill it in one fell swoop. Before determining the chaotic era demon star, they couldn't act rashly. If they caught a genius with the surname Yi and killed him, they were afraid that there would be bad consequences. Of course, the Great Yuan dynasty wasn't worried that some geniuses with the surname Yi would rebel against them. Instead, they were worried that the chaotic era demon star wouldn't be killed and would become vigilant and not appear again. The Great Yuan dynasty wasn't afraid of killing the wrong person, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find the chaotic era demon star. If the chaotic era demon star had hidden his identity and changed his name to participate in the genius selection competition, how could the Great Yuan dynasty not know the Great Yuan dynasty's motive? What the Great Yuan dynasty hadn't expected was that the Dark Star sect had already found the chaotic era demon star. Yi Xing, the chaotic era demon star, was very clear about their motive. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't use a fake name to participate in the genius selection competition. If he used a fake name and was found out, it would expose him. Therefore, he used his real name to participate in the competition. As long as the Great Yuan dynasty couldn't confirm that he was the chaotic era demon star, they wouldn't act rashly. Yi Xing was very sure about this. The Dark Star sect was also very sure. The Great Yuan dynasty had spent a lot of money, so they definitely wouldn't give up halfway. Unless they were certain of someone, they would definitely wait until the third genius selection competition. If the chaotic era demon star dared to participate in the third genius selection competition, his motive would definitely be for the luck of the star continent and the opportunity to go to the outer realm star continent. Then, he would have to go all out and fight for a ranking. Whoever was the chaotic era demon star would have nowhere to hide in the third genius selection competition. Unless the chaotic era demon star gave up this opportunity and didn't participate in the third genius selection competition. But then, whoever gave up would also be a suspect. Unless the chaotic era demon star didn't participate in the genius selection competition from the beginning, then he would be able to escape the Great Yuan dynasty's investigation. 10 groups of matches were held at the same time. 100 groups of matches were held 10 times, so it didn't take long for the competition to end. The winners of the 100 groups of matches became the top 100 and obtained the right to participate in the third genius selection competition. After the top 100 were determined, the second round of matches began. The top 100 were divided into 10 groups and held at the same time in 10 arenas. The first place of each arena entered the top 10, while the rest were eliminated. The names of the 10 groups were quickly distributed. Except for the 10 heavens favorites who were divided into different groups, the rest were randomly distributed. Mo Tong, Yi Wuyan, Ing Chongkong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuxia, Wu Yuanjing, Shang Buqiuan, Bei Gong Yidao, Hua Jiaoyang, and Qi Yun'an. The 10 heavens favorites were divided into groups 1, 2, and 10. As for the rising stars, Yi Binglong was in group 5, Zi Xian was in group 6, Shi Jianyu was in group 7, Ing Xiangyang was in group 8, Feng Jianlu was in group 9, and King Kong was in group 10. The higher the ranking of the 10 heavens favorites, the stronger they were. The 6 rising stars were arranged in the last 6 groups to give them a chance to fight for the 10 heavens favorites position. As for groups 1 to 4, they were the top 4 of the 10 heavens favorites. Without a doubt, they were death groups. Yi Xing was in group 4. Chapter 490. The fourth group didn't have any outstanding newcomers, but there was Mo Mingyue, who was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses. The young geniuses who could enter the top 100 had battle power at least at the level of a 6-star sage. Although the rules of this round were the same as the first round, with only one winner entering the next round, the process was slightly different. In the last round, the entire group of martial artists went up the stage and attacked together, leaving the last one. This round obviously couldn't be like that. Otherwise, if 9 martial artists joined hands first, even if the last one had the strength of a 7-star sage, he would still be eliminated. The second round was a one-on-one battle. The final winner would enter the top 10 and enter the third round. Each group consisted of 10 juniors. They would fight in pairs. First, they would be divided into 5 teams. The 5 winners would be the seeded contestants. The other 4 would be divided into 2 teams. The 2 winners would continue to fight. The winners would fight against the seeded contestants to fight for first place. The winner would enter the top 10. Yi Xing's first opponent was Ing Xiangtian from Sky Eagle Empire. He was also a 5-star sage, and had the ability to fight above his realm. The first battle was between Mo Mingyue and a 6-star sage. Mo Mingyue easily won with one move. The second battle was between Yixing and Ing Xiangtian. On the fourth stage, Ing Xiangtian looked at Yixing with a smile, a mere lower region junior. It's not easy to become a 5-star sage, and it's even harder to defeat a 6-star sage. Unfortunately, you met me, Ing Xiangtian. Otherwise, you might have lost a bit later. As a genius of an upper-rank empire and a 5-star sage, he could also fight above his realm. However, Ing Xiangtian still thought that he was a bit stronger and superior. Yixing's expression was normal as he said, "Please enlighten me." Among the spectators, there were astral-reaching realm experts. Yixing didn't want to go easy on them and let them see through his trick. He didn't use the power of heaven and earth, nor did he use the super brain to scan. He only used the fire star form and his flame dipper fist at perfection. In this state, he would attack with all his strength. As for whether he would win or lose, it would depend on the opponent. Eagle soars the sky. As soon as Ing Xiangtian made his move, he used his astrology and took out an extreme-grade spirit spear. He performed one of the ultimate moves of the flying eagle spear technique. Astral shattering the world. Yixing also used the fire astrology. Wearing the blazing flame gloves, he punched out like a needle against an awl. The eagle in the sky was shattered by the flaming fist. Yixing strode forward, but Ing Xiangtian's figure shook and he retreated 3 steps. Ing Xiangtian was shocked. His opponent's strength was even higher than his. Thinking of what he had said just now, his face burned. "Take this. Wild Eagle Strike." Ing Xiangtian gave a loud shout, his supreme-grade spirit weapon spear stabbing out again and again, bringing out layers upon layers of spear shadows, all of which transformed into flying eagle spear auras, attacking Yixing layer upon layer. In an instant, Yixing disappeared within the flying eagle spear aura and was completely submerged. Yixing stood there, motionless like a mountain. His body was like a mountain, the astral chi revolved, and the chi burst out, pushing in all directions, rushing up a layer of chi waves. Fire burns the 9 heavens. In an instant, Yixing's fist shadows were heavy as he performed one of the ultimate moves of the blazing flame fist. The power of an upper-grade spirit martial technique at the perfection stage was not inferior to that of an extreme-grade spirit martial technique at the minor success stage. Moreover, the perfection stage spirit martial technique was much smoother and more flexible. Bang 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 bang, a series of explosions sounded as the flying eagle spear aura was smashed into pieces by the layers of flaming fist auras. Yixing strode forward. When all the spear auras were destroyed, Yixing had already arrived in front of Ing Xiangtian. "Go down." Yixing gave a loud shout and punched out with both fists. The terrifying flaming fist energy was like 2 fire dragons, instantly attacking Ing Xiangtian. Ing Xiangtian swept his extreme-grade spirit spear aura horizontally like a wall, but it could not block the power of Yixing's 2 fists. Boom, the spear aura collapsed and Ing Xiangtian flew out of the arena. Yixing won. Next, there were 3 more battles in this group. However, Yixing retreated to the side and did not pay attention. Instead, his gaze turned to the 6th arena. It was Wei Qingxuan's turn to fight in the 6th arena. As if she had sensed something, Wei Qingxian also glanced at the 4th arena. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She glanced over and then withdrew her gaze. Wei Qingxuan's opponent was a 6-star perfected person from the ancient Shang Empire. His name was Shang Zian. Shang Zian was dressed in white, with a jade belt around his waist. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a black fan in his hand. He looked very elegant, like a young master. However, although Shang Zian was dressed very elegantly, he looked very ordinary. His face was thin, and the outline of his bones was completely visible. He looked neither human nor human. Shang Zian shook his black shoulders lightly, his gaze sweeping over Wei Qingxuan's body. He laughed and said, "Junior sister, your skin is as white as snow, and you have a face like a flower. Why are you wearing men's clothes? What a bummer." Wei Qingxian said coldly, "It's none of your business." Shang Zian laughed and said, "If you wear women's clothes and make me happy, maybe I'll let you win this round." Wei Qingxian interrupted Shang Zian's words, "Just you alone?" Shang Zian was looked down upon by Wei Qingxian. His face was angry. In a flash, a starlight flew out from between his eyebrows and he shouted, "Me." The starlight in the sky turned into a huge water star. This star was a vast ocean, with extremely surging water star power. It was definitely the first grade among the upper-class stars. The corner of Wei Qingxuan's mouth curled up. Until now, she had not used her astrology. Shang Zian saw that Wei Qingxian did not even use her astrology and was even more furious. He shouted, "Arrogant, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon." While speaking, Shang Zian waved the black house in his hand. The horrible water star power fell and condensed with the water star power, turning into a huge water dragon, rushing towards Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was wearing a pair of white gloves, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon. She gently patted with her palm. In an instant, the cold wind blew and the sky was full of snow. The temperature of the entire arena was instantly lowered to the extreme. The water dragon was swept by Wei Qingxuan's ice palm wind and suddenly turned into an ice dragon, stopping in its tracks. Shang Zian looked shocked. What a horrible ice power! The chill from the ice dragon almost froze the star power in his body. 9 dragons soaring in the sky. Shang Zian shouted and displayed the unique skill of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon. In an instant, 9 water dragons appeared at the same time, attacking Wei Qingxian. "Let's see how you can resist." Shang Zian sneered. Wei Qingxuan's face was cold. In an instant, a starlight flew out from between her eyebrows and turned into a star of ice and snow, suspended in the air. The ice star power fell, and the temperature in the air dropped even more. "Freeze!" Wei Qingxian shouted, and the horrible ice energy spread out. The 9 water dragons all turned into ice dragons, and Shang Zian instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 491. With a wave of her hand, Wei Qingxian sent out a snow-white palm print that passed through the 9 ice dragons. The snow-white palm print seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it blasted Shang Zian's body. The ice on Shang Zian's body shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward by Wei Qingxuan's palm strike. And the ice dragon that had turned into an ice sculpture also dissipated as Shang Zian retreated, disappearing into nothingness. The snow-white star in the sky instantly shrank and turned into a ray of starlight that entered Wei Qingxuan's glabella. However, there were still many martialists watching the battle who had focused their attention on Wei Qingxuan's snow-white astrological form. Extreme grade astrological form. Some high-level astral dipper venerables exclaimed. They could feel the terrifying power contained in the snow-white astrological form. It was 1 grade higher than a superior grade astrological form. In the pavilion, the venerables were even more surprised when they saw that the astrological form Wei Qingxian had used was an extreme grade astrological form. Most of the time, astrological forms were directly proportional to one's heavenly fate. The higher the heavenly fate, the stronger the astrological form. Generally, only those with the heavenly fate of a peak venerable or even a king heavenly fate would be able to sense an extreme grade astrological form. Every grade of astrological form had a huge difference in power. Martialists of the same level with an extreme grade astrological form could easily crush those with a superior grade astrological form. In fact, if one had an extreme grade astrology, it would be easy for one to challenge an opponent with a high grade astrology. In other words, although Wei Qingxian was a 6-star venerable, she could challenge 7-star venerables with an extreme grade astrological form. On the highest floor of the pavilion, Meng Yuansheng was also paying attention to Wei Qingxian. This girl is a junior of the Xiaofan Empire. What heavenly fate does she have? Beside him, Mo Jian bowed slightly and replied, "Greetings, sacred King Yuan." She has a 9-star green fate. Meng Yuansheng was a little surprised. Such a heaven's mandate is rare in the Middle Sky continent. If she becomes a talent, the Xiaofan Empire will be able to compete with the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent. Reverend Mo Jian chuckled and said, "The 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent have a deep foundation. They are neighbors of the dynasty and are nourished by the dynasty's luck. How can the other 4 continents be compared to them?" However, Zi Xian is talented and intelligent, and her astrology is extraordinary. If she has the hope of becoming a king in the future, I hope that the dynasty will lend her a helping hand. Meng Yuansheng smiled and nodded. As long as she serves the dynasty will give her the cultivation techniques and resources needed to become a monarch. Venerable Mo Jian smiled faintly and said, "The Bloodridge Empire, from top to bottom, is bound to serve the dynasty. Zi Xian is no exception." The competition continued, and Yixing quickly welcomed his second battle. In the 4th arena, the 5 winners were Mo Mingyue, Yixing, Shi Junfeng, Wu Zizhen, and Ying Tongtong. As one of the top 10 sky prides, Mo Mingyue naturally had a bye. As for the other 4, Yixing faced Wu Zizhen, and Shi Junfeng faced Ying Tongtong. Other than Yixing, who was a 5-star venerable, Wu Zizhen, Shi Junfeng, and Ying Tongtong were all 6-star venerable. Wu Zizhen came from the Black Tiger Empire and was at the late stage of the 6th level of the astral realm. However, his strength was at the peak of the 6-star venerable level. Wu Zizhen looked at Yixing indifferently and said arrogantly, "As a 5-star venerable, it's amazing that you can persist until this point. However, now that you have met me, you won't be able to make any waves." Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Please enlighten me." Yixing couldn't wait for his opponent to defeat him. Then, he would be able to watch the rest of the battle as a spectator. However, even if Yixing didn't use the force of heaven and earth and didn't use the super brain to scan, his strength wasn't something a 6-star venerable could compete with. Even a 6-star venerable wouldn't be able to defeat him. After exchanging 10 moves with Wu Zizhen, Yixing didn't even take half a step back. He kept moving forward while Wu Zizhen kept retreating until he reached the edge of the arena. In the 11th move, Wu Zizhen had nowhere to retreat and was blasted off the arena by Yixing's flaming fist. Yixing won another round. Yixing shrugged helplessly. Wu Zizhen and Ying Xiangtian were the same. Each of them was more powerful than the other, but their true strength couldn't match up to their words. As a 5-star venerable, Yixing's 2 wins in the second round had already attracted a lot of attention. However, he wasn't the only 5-star venerable who was in the limelight. There were other 5-star venerable who also won 2 rounds in a row. Furthermore, in arena number 1, a 4-star enlightened master had won 2 consecutive matches, defeating 2 6-star enlightened masters in a row. Only then did he gain the limelight. After Yixing's battle, it was Wei Qingxuan's turn to fight in the 6th arena. Wei Qingxian had an extreme ice star and was far stronger than a 6-star venerable. She won easily. In the next battle in the 4th arena, Ying Tongtong defeated Shi Junfeng. Both of them were peak 6-star true masters, but Ying Tongtong was born in a high-rank empire, and had been taught by stronger elders, so her performance in the battle was indeed better than Shi Junfeng's. With the same battle strength, Ying Tongtong won. However, Ying Tongtong's battle skills weren't effective against Yixing, who had been through real life and death battles. He wasn't much better than Wu Zizhen. He only lasted 15 moves against Yixing before being defeated. With Ying Tongtong's defeat, only Mo Mingyue and Yixing were left in the 4th arena. It was the same for the other arenas. Those who could make it to the final battle, except for the top 10 geniuses in each group, were all unrivaled among the 6 stars perfected beings, and could even be compared with the venerable 7 stars. From the 5th to the 10th group, apart from the top 10 geniuses, the other 6 newcomers naturally swept their way to the last round and fought with the top 10 geniuses for the first place. From the 1st to the 4th group, apart from the top 10 geniuses, the winners weren't ranked among the newcomers. However, the cultivators now regarded them as new members of the younger generation. The first group was Yixing, the second group was Yuchenggan, the third group was Qi Xiaolong, and the fourth group was Yixing. Among the 4 of them, apart from Qi Xiaolong who came from the Zhanqi Empire, a middle-ranked empire, Yi Tianhe and Yuchenggan came from low-ranked empires, while Yixing came from one of the 72 lower districts. There are new talents in every generation. The newcomers who rose in the past 2 years are too powerful. They're not inferior to the top 10 geniuses at all. The most outstanding one is Yi Tianhe from the first group. He's only at the 4th stage of the astral realm, but his sword skills are superb. Moreover, he has the extreme grade Venus star, which allows him to challenge opponents 2 stages above him. He's invincible among the 6-star venerable ones. His battle strength is heaven-defying. The Tianshui Empire is only a low-grade empire, but it has such an outstanding junior like Yi Tianhe, who is on par with the top 10 geniuses. They're really lucky. Chapter 492. What a pity. Yi Tianhe is too young. He's only 20 years old, and his cultivation has only reached the 4th level of the astral star realm. If the genius selection was delayed, he would have reached the 6th level of the astral star realm. With his battle strength, who among the younger generation can stop him? There's no need for him to reach the 6th level of the astral star realm. In my opinion, when he was a 5-star enlightened being, his battle strength was probably at the top of the 7-star enlightened beings. Whether it's his martial attainment, comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth, or his astrology, he's far superior to others. It's too easy for him to challenge those of a higher level. This time, his opponent is Mo Tong, who ranks first among the top 10 prodigies. He's only at the 4th level of the astral star realm, so he's bound to lose. He's not going to make it to the top 10. Mo Tong's position as one of the top 10 prodigies is unshakable. I wonder which group will be eliminated in this competition. Yuchenggan from the 2nd group and Yixing from the 4th group are both 5-star enlightened beings. They don't have the ultimate astrology, so their ability to challenge those of a higher level is inferior to Yi Tianhe's. They're no match for Yi Wuyan and Mo Mingyue, who are both 7-star enlightened beings. As for the other groups, whether it's the top 10 prodigies or the rising prodigies, they're all 6-star enlightened beings and have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. It's really hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. The rising prodigies who were in the limelight the most weren't Yixing and Yuchenggan, who defeated 6-star enlightened beings at the 5th level of the astral star realm. It wasn't Zixuan who had the ultimate astrology, but Yi Tianhe, who was only at the 4th level of the astral star realm, but had the ultimate astrology and defeated 6-star enlightened beings. Tianshui Empire, Yi Tianhe. His name shocked every martial artist who was watching the competition. Under Yi Tianhe's radiance, the other rising prodigies seemed a little inferior. Even the top 10 prodigies couldn't overshadow his radiance. Although it was impossible for him to make it to the top 10 this time, no one thought that Yi Tianhe wasn't as good as the top 10 prodigies. All he lacked was time. The last battle began very quickly. 10 arenas were held at the same time, dazzling the crowd of martial artists. They were very interested in the battles in each arena. However, when they watched this battle, they would naturally overlook the other battles. This made the hearts of the martial artists itch, and the focus of their gazes changed back and forth between the various arenas. The first battle to end was arena number 1. Mo Tong ranked first among the top 10 proud sons of heaven. Even among the 7-star venerables, he was at the top level. Although Yi Tianhe was a monster, his cultivation was too low and he was no match for Mo Tong. Immediately after, the battle in the second arena also ended. The ranking of the top 10 geniuses had been decided a year ago. Now, it was hard to tell whether Yi Wuyan was stronger or weaker than Mo Tong. Naturally, Yu Qinggan was no match for him. With the help of the corpse jade, Yu Qinggan's cultivation had risen to the level of a reverend 5 stars. He only had a high talent in martial arts and did not have an extreme astrology. It was already extremely difficult for him to defeat a reverend 6 stars. He was no match for venerable 7 stars. Other than arena number 1 and 2, where the battles ended within 3 to 5 moves, the other arenas were all experiencing intense battles. In arena number 4, Mo Mingyue's astrology was a star like the moon. However, it was not a full moon, but a crescent moon. If it was a full moon, it would be the lunar astrology, one of the highest astrology. Even a half-moon lunar astrology would be an extreme astrology. Mo Mingyue's astrology was a crescent moon, which was equivalent to an upper astrology. However, it was also an extreme existence among upper astrology. It was similar to Yixing's flame astrology, and their star power strength was similar. As for the martial arts inheritance, Mo Mingyue cultivated the extreme grade of the spiritual level. She had already reached the 4th level, 1 level lower than Yixing. However, her cultivation was at the 6th level of the astral realm. Through the compensation of her cultivation, her astral realm was not inferior to Yixing's. As for martial arts, Mo Mingyue's extreme grade spiritual martial art, Great Lunar Art, had already reached the initial stage. The weapon she used was the extreme grade spiritual weapon, Cyan Moon Wheel. A crescent moon appeared above Mo Mingyue's head. Using the Great Een Moon Wheel art, she danced gracefully like a fairy under the moon. The supreme grade spirit weapon, the Cyan Moon Wheel, shone brightly as it revolved around her. In the blink of an eye, it attacked, dancing around the entire arena. In terms of astrology, astral realm, and martial arts, Mo Mingyue was not inferior to Yixing. However, in terms of spiritual weapons, the Cyan Moon Wheel was an extreme grade spiritual weapon, while the Burning Gloves were an upper grade spiritual weapon. Of course, the Cyan Moon Wheel increased one's strength more. Moreover, Mo Mingyue's Great Lunar Art was special. It was completely different from other sword arts, fist arts, and blade arts. It did not form a set of skills. The Cyan Moon Wheel came and went as if it was flying, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, with the strength that Yixing had displayed, although he could defeat all the 6 stars true masters, he was still defeated by Mo Mingyue. In his current state, Yixing could not turn the situation around even if he attacked with all his might. Finally, after exchanging 18 moves, his body could not dodge in time and his arm was grazed by the Cyan Moon Wheel. Instantly, blood splattered and a wound appeared on his arm. Yixing took the opportunity to retreat and jumped off the arena. He had lost this battle. He had attacked with all his might but he was still injured by the Cyan Moon Wheel. It was reasonable for him to retreat with injuries. No one could tell that he had deliberately concealed his strength and lost. Mo Mingyue was like a fairy from the moon and her temperament was also as cold as a fairy from the moon. When Yixing landed on the arena, she glanced at him indifferently and kept the Cyan Moon Wheel. Without saying anything, she retreated to the side. The half-step martial supremacy of the 4th arena announced that Mo Mingyue had won and entered the top 10. At the same time that Yixing was defeated, Qi Xiaolong of the 3rd arena was also knocked off by Ying Zhangkong, ending the battle. From the 1st to the 4th arena, the top 10 supreme talents had retained their positions. The higher the ranking of the top 10 supreme talents, the stronger they were. It was reasonable for those at the front to retain their positions. However, those at the back might not be able to retain their positions. Sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Yixing, you were placed in the 4th group. Mo Mingyue is really too strong. If you were placed in the 9th or 10th group, you might be able to defeat her and enter the top 10 supreme talents. Yang Gang said indignantly as soon as Yixing returned to the area where the true Xian domain martial artists were. Mu Xiaoyue looked at Yixing and sighed. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, Yixing's failure to enter the top 10 was the same as his failure to enter the top 100. They were both too young and did not have enough cultivation. Mu Xiaoyue's cultivation was at the third stage of the astral star realm, but his combat strength was at the level of a 5-star martial sage. In terms of the ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level, he was definitely comparable to Yi Tianhe. However, his reputation was miles away from Yi Tianhe's. Mu Xiaoyue did not even enter the top 100, so very few people paid attention to his ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level. Only by entering the top 100 would he be able to attract the attention of the spectating martial artists. However, entering the top 10 was another level. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, if Yixing was a 6-star martial sage, he would definitely enter the top 10. He did not know that Yixing did not want to enter the top 10. If he wanted to enter the top 10, who could stop him? Monday, please recommend me. Chapter 493. In the 6th arena. Wei Qingxuan's opponent was Wu Yuanzheng, who was ranked 6th among the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanzheng was born in the Black Tiger Empire and was less than 24 years old. 2 years ago, Wu Yuanzheng's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the astral realm. A year ago, he had defeated the venerable 7-star and was ranked as one of the top 10 prodigies. Now, Wu Yuanzheng's cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the 6th level, and his martial arts skills were more profound than a year ago. Wu Yuanzheng was obviously much stronger than when he had first been ranked as one of the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanzheng was a direct descendant of the Black Tiger Empire's royal family. He cultivated the Black Tiger demonic aura, which was a combat technique of the Black Tiger Empire. Combat techniques were different from pure technique inheritances. Pure technique inheritances only cultivated, raised cultivation, and strengthened astral energy. Combat techniques, on the other hand, had an additional function, which was to use astral energy to fight. Combat techniques were like the combination of technique inheritances and martial arts skills. The Black Tiger Empire's combat technique, the Black Tiger demonic aura, was a low-grade black-level technique. Like the falling star incantation, it was divided into low-grade spiritual level, mid-grade spiritual level, and so on. Wu Yuanzheng's Black Tiger demonic aura was a supreme-grade spiritual level technique, and he had reached the 4th level. The astral energy in his body was extremely powerful, and it was even stronger than other astral energy of the same level. It was comparable to Yixing's 5th level astral energy of the supreme-grade spiritual level falling star incantation. However, Wu Yuanzheng's cultivation was higher than Yixing's, so the strength of his astral energy was higher than Yixing's. In this aspect, Wu Yuanzheng was ranked very high among the top 10 prodigies. Even though Wu Yuanzheng's astrology was only a high-grade astrology, his powerful astral energy allowed him to be on par with the venerable 7-star. Wei Qingxuan's high-grade I-star incantation floated above her, and the temperature in the arena dropped drastically. Every time she struck, snow would fall from the sky. The martial technique she used was the high-grade fluttering snow palm, which she had reached perfection. The frost star form and divine fluttering snow palm complemented each other perfectly. When they were executed at the same time, their power was terrifying. Every time Wei Qingxian struck out with her palm, a cold wind blew and snowflakes danced in the air. Wherever her palm wind passed, the ground was covered with a layer of white frost, and even icicles were formed. However, as one of the top 10 heaven's favorites, Wu Yuanzheng's strength was not comparable to Shang Zi'an's. Wei Qingxian could easily freeze Shang Zi'an's attack, but she could not freeze Wu Yuanzheng's Black Tiger aura. Wu Yuanzheng punched out. The Black Tiger demonic wind left his body and turned into a huge black tiger. It let out a tiger roar and broke through the layers of ice, heading straight for Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian struck out with his palm. It was only when his palm pressed against the black tiger's head that the black tiger was completely frozen and shattered into pieces. However, Wu Yuanzheng's attack came again. One of Wu Yuanzheng's hands turned into a palm and the other into a claw, grabbing down from above. Roar! Roar! The black tiger aura condensed into two black tigers and attacked again. One rushed straight, the other leaped into the sky and pounced down like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Wei Qingxian faced the attack of two black tiger aura at the same time and was suddenly a little flustered. Snowstorm Sky. Wei Qingxian let out a soft cry and executed one of the ultimate moves of the fluttering snow divine palm. She first put her palms together and then raised them to the sky, her palms striking towards the sky. Whoosh! The cold wind suddenly became 10 times fiercer and the snowflakes fluttered 10 times faster. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. With Wei Qingxian as the center, the wind howled, as if there was a tornado, blowing the snowflakes into the air. The swirling cold wind grew larger and larger. The snowstorm was everywhere and the two black tiger aura condensed from the black tiger aura were smashed into pieces. Furthermore, the snowstorm did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it continued to expand. It was about to envelop the entire stage, including Wu Yuanzheng. Wu Yuanzheng narrowed his eyes and shouted, "You're forcing me to use my unique skill, Black Tiger Aura." As he spoke, Wu Yuanzheng took a step forward. His hands formed a seal and pushed forward. His entire body leaned forward with this push. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, Wu Yuanzheng's black tiger aura left his body and transformed into 4 huge black tigers that charged forward. The black tigers roared and clawed at the ground, charging and slamming. Yes, they were not slamming straight but slamming randomly. The 4 black tigers slammed together and completely dispersed the snowstorm and cold wind in front of them. How was this black tiger aura? This move should be called Mad Tiger Aura. These 4 black tigers slammed crazily as if they had gone mad. Their strength was terrifying and their might shook the sky. The wind and snow that filled the sky was swept back by the 4 black tigers. Wei Qingxian retreated again and again, and finally jumped off the ring, losing this battle. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuanzheng withdrew his move and the black tiger aura returned to his body. He laughed loudly, his laughter full of pride. His gaze fell on Wei Qingxian below the arena and said, "You're still a little lacking to fight with me." Although Wei Qingxian was dressed in men's clothing, her appearance was indeed shocking and pleasing to the eye. She was defeated by Wu Yuanzheng, causing countless young warriors to sigh in pity. At the same time that Wei Qingxian was defeated, Yi Binglong on the 5th arena was also defeated by Yi Wuxia. Yi Binglong and Yi Wuxia were the same as Wei Qingxian. They both used ice-based martial arts and ice-based astrology. The moment they attacked, the cold air was oppressive. Both of them were geniuses of the younger generation of the Black Raven Empire. No matter who won or lost, the Black Raven Empire would have one of the younger generation of the Black Raven Empire who was ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Therefore, this battle was more of a personal battle between the two. In the end, Yi Wuxia, the 5th-ranked genius, won. Yi Binglong was a rising star, but after 20 moves, he lost by half a move. At this point, the top 10 geniuses of the 1st to 6th groups all retained their positions and continued to be ranked among the top 10 geniuses. However, there was a huge reversal in the 7th to 10th groups. In the 7th group, Shang Buchuan of the ancient Shang Empire versus Shi Jianyu of the Stone Yan Empire. Shang Buchuan was ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Of course, he was not mediocre. His swordsmanship was very high. However, Shi Jianyu's defensive power was too strong. Shi Jianyu's earth energy was impenetrable and it greatly restrained Shang Buchuan's swordsmanship. After 30 moves, Shang Buchuan finally lost one of his moves under Shi Jianyu's close-range attacks. Shi Jianyu punched him out of the arena. In the 8th group, Ying Xiangyang of the Heavenly Eagle Empire versus Bei Gong Yidao of the Northern Wave Empire. Bei Gong Yidao, one could tell from his name that he was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was fast, accurate, and ruthless. His strength was extraordinary. However, this rising star of the Heavenly Eagle Empire had extremely high attainments in agility techniques. His swordsmanship was even faster than Bei Gongyidao's. Bei Gongyido attacked Ing Xiangyang for more than 10 moves, but he could not even touch the corner of Ing Xiangyang's clothes. However, Ing Xiangyang counterattacked. In just 10 moves, Bei Gongyido was knocked out of the arena. Another Heaven's Pride title changed hands. Chapter 494. The ninth group was Hua Jiaoyang from the Flaming Light Empire versus Feng Jian from the Lifeng Empire. Hua Jiaoyang was ranked third among the 10 sovereigns. Mo Mingyue and Yi Wuxia were ranked 4th and 5th respectively. In the same realm, the number of male warriors was much higher than the number of female warriors. This could be seen from the ratio of male to female warriors. Hua Jiaoyang was ranked 9th among the 10 great prodigies. Her strength was at the bottom. What she relied on was her innate fire attribute physique. Her cultivation of fire attribute martial arts, as well as her comprehension of the power of fire, far surpassed ordinary people. However, as a rising swordsman, Feng Jian's strength was also terrifying. His sword contained the wind momentum of the Tittle realm and was extremely fast. Under Feng Jian's fast sword attack, Hua Jiaoyang was defeated after 10 moves. After 20 moves, she was forced to retreat. After 30 moves, she was forced out of the arena by Feng Jian. Now, the third sovereign title had changed hands. At the same time, there was one less female warrior among the 10 sovereigns. Only Mo Mingyue and Yi Wuxia were left. The 10th group was Qi Yun and from the Zhanqi Empire versus King Kong from the Jinhong Empire. Qi Yun and was ranked last among the 10 sovereigns. His strength was the weakest. The 7th, 8th, and 9th sovereigns were all eliminated by the rising stars. Apparently, he was no exception. Like Shi Jianyu, King Kong had strong defensive power. They both had special cultivation of their bodies. Their bodies were much stronger than ordinary people. Together with their special gang qi, they could be invulnerable. King Kong's martial arts was the supreme spiritual martial art treasure body. Unlike Shi Jianyu, who mainly relied on Shi Yan's gang qi, King Kong mainly relied on his physical strength. At the beginning of the battle, Qi Yun launched a fierce attack on King Kong. However, any attack that got close to King Kong was smashed by his iron fists. Even if some of the attacks hit King Kong's body, they could not shake him at all. As for King Kong, he launched a counterattack. Every punch contained the power of 10,000. Even though Qi Yun blocked King Kong's moves, his body could not withstand the impact of the power and was forced to retreat. In the end, Qi Yun was defeated after 30 moves. King Kong entered the top 10 and won the title of sovereign. Before the genius election began, the Zhanqi Empire was the most glorious of the 9 great empires. This was because the Zhanqi Empire not only had Qi Yun, who was one of the top 10 geniuses, but also Qi Xiaolong, who was also a rising star. The middle rank empire had 2 top young geniuses, and the Zhanqi Empire was the only one. Unfortunately, after the second round of the competition, not only did the rising stars of the Zhanqi Empire fail to enter the top 10, even Qi Yun was squeezed out of the top 10 prodigies. In comparison, they were not as confident as those middle-rank empires that had geniuses of the younger generation ranked among the top 10 prodigies. When the curtains had been drawn to the battles of the 10 groups, the top 10 of this year's Heavenly Genius meeting had been decided. From Group 1 to 10, they were Mo Tong, Yi Wuyan, Ing Changkong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuxia, Wu Yuanzheng, Shi Jianyu, Ing Xiangyang, Feng Jianlu, and King Kong. Of the original 10 Heaven's Favorites, the top 6 still retained their Heaven's Favorites titles, while the bottom 4 had their Heaven's Favorites titles changed. There were 4 new Heaven's Favorites. From the top 10, it could be seen that the younger generation of the 3 high-rank empires had an absolute advantage. Of the previous 10 Heaven's Favorites, the 3 high-rank empires already had 5. Of the new 10 Heaven's Favorites, the 3 high-rank empires had 6, with the addition of Ing Xiangyang. In this way, the blood edge, Black Crow, and Sky Eagle empires each had 2 spots in the new 10 Heavens Favorites. In terms of numbers, it could be considered a tie. If one really wanted to determine who was first and who was last, then it could only be done by ranking. The third round of the competition was the battle of the top 10 Heavens Favorites. According to the ranking, the top 10 Heavens Favorites would receive generous rewards from the 3 high-rank empires. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. However, before the third round of the competition, there was still a challenge round. The rising stars and prodigies that were eliminated in the second round all had a chance to challenge the top 10. The new Heavens Favorites might not be as strong as the eliminated prodigies. Therefore, after the challenge round, there might be changes in the new 10 Heavens Favorites. Of the 10 eliminated prodigies, only 7 had challenged the top 10. Yixing, Wei Qingxian, and Yu Chenggan had all given up. Yixing and Wei Qingxian evidently did not want to be in the limelight and enter the top 10. As for Yu Chenggan, he knew his own limitations. He could still deal with a 6 stars enlightened master, but compared to a prodigy, he was still far from it. Yi Tianhe, Qi Xiaolong, Shang Buqiuan, and the others were all defeated in the challenge round without exception. Of the new Heavens Favorites, the first 6 were the strongest among the original 10 Heavens Favorites. Their positions were unshakable. The last 4 were able to eliminate the original Heavens Favorites and were also very strong. Since the eliminated prodigies had been knocked off their Heavens Favorites, it was naturally very difficult for them to regain their Heavens Favorites. As for the eliminated prodigies, since they had been eliminated, it was naturally very difficult for them to make a comeback. After all, the new 10 Heavens Favorites were all very strong. They were all stronger than ordinary 7 stars venerated masters. In other words, even the weakest of the 10 Heavens Favorites was above average among 7 stars venerated masters. How could such strength be easily shaken? As for Yixing and Wei Qingxian, who truly had the strength to challenge the top 10 Heavens Favorites, they did not aspire to be in the top 10. Since they had deliberately lost to avoid entering the top 10, it was even more impossible for them to make a comeback now. Therefore, after the challenge round, there were no changes to the new 10 Heavens Favorites. There was no one more or one less. Before the challenge round, the 4 new Heavens Favorites were still a little worried that they would be knocked off their Heavens Favorites. But after the challenge round, only arrogance remained on the faces of the 4 new Heavens Favorites. When they looked at the eliminated prodigies, there was a look of superiority in their eyes. This was not because they were born arrogant, but because their actual strength had proven that they were indeed at the top of the East Divine Continent's younger generation. They were far ahead. The third round of the competition was held one match after another. Yixing and Wei Qingxian watched the third round of the competition as spectators. When the third round of the competition ended, there were still some small changes to the rankings of the 10 Heavens Favorites. First to fourth were still Mo Tong, Yi Wuyan, Ing Changkong, and Mo Mingyue. Fifth was Ing Xiangyang. This person was indeed very strong. As a rising prodigy, he had first defeated Bei Gong Yidao and squeezed into the top 10. Then he had defeated Shi Jianyu, Wu Yuanzheng, and Yi Wuxia to squeeze into the top 5. Sixth was still Wu Yuanzheng. He had defeated Yi Wuxia, but because he had lost to Ing Xiangyang, he had not advanced a single rank. 7th to 10th were Yi Wuxia, King Kong, Feng Jianlu, and Shi Jianyu. Chapter 495. The new top 10 prodigies had all received generous rewards from the 3 upper-rank empires. Many warriors were envious of them. When the top 10 prodigies received their rewards and stepped down from the arena, a supremacy came to the area where the true Xian region warriors were. Esteemed Yang Gu, esteemed Chen Feng, esteemed Dried Bones, and the other supremacies of the true Xian region all stood up and bowed slightly to the supremacy. Greetings, Supremacy Chen Yu. Then, the supremacies introduced the supremacy to the disciples of their respective sections. This is the Emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Supremacy Chen Yu. Quickly pay your respects. It was actually the emperor of the Qingyu Empire. The juniors of the true Xian region were all excited. They cupped their fists and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Supremacy Chenyu." Yixing was about to bow and greet him like the rest of the true mystic region. However, a voice entered his ears and stopped him. "Don't move." Yixing was surprised. When the voice sounded, Supremacy Chenyu's gaze fell on him. It was obvious that this person had sent him a message. "No need to be so polite." Supremacy Chenyu nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the supremacies casually. He came to Yixing and patted Yixing's shoulder. "You did well. Although you did not become one of the top 10 prodigies, you have greatly exceeded my expectations. You have not wasted my efforts in grooming you." Yixing was confused. This was the first time he had met Supremacy Chenyu. Why would Supremacy Chenyu say that he had groomed him in front of everyone? Of course, although the situation was strange, Yixing only hesitated in his heart. His expression was normal. He knew that since Supremacy Chenyu had made such a move, there must be an explanation. Not only was Yixing confused, but the other warriors of the true Xian region were also extremely surprised. Yixing was actually being groomed by Supremacy Chenyu behind him? This was really shocking to the warriors of the true Xian region. However, after a short moment of shock, the hearts of the martial artists of the true Xian domain became more relaxed. A thought flashed through their minds: no wonder Yixing is so abnormal. It turns out that he has a venerable behind him. Especially esteemed Yang Gu and Yang Gang. They had already known that Yixing had a supremacy behind him. Now that they heard Supremacy Chenyu's words, there was no doubt about it. As Supremacy Chenyu, and Supremacy Chenyu, and Yixing. If anyone asks who is the supremacy behind you, Black Biao King, you must not reveal it, say that I am grooming you. When you were 16, I was traveling the world. And Supremacy Black King, you must not reveal him. Black King. When Supremacy Chenyu mentioned Black Biao King, Yixing naturally believed him. This was because only he and Black Biao knew about the relationship between Yixing and Black Biao. Even Supremacy Wu Yu only guessed that there was a supremacy behind him. Yixing did not reveal the relationship between him and Black Biao, but Supremacy Chenyu knew. It was obvious that Black Biao had instructed him to do so. Yixing looked at Supremacy Chenyu and pretended to be familiar with him. He said, "Yixing is where I am today because of Senior. Thank you for grooming me." Supremacy Chenyu's heart skipped a beat. The Black Biao King called Yixing Brother Yixing. Yixing actually called him Senior. He was really flattered. However, he was only surprised in his heart. His expression was normal. He said, "Continue to work hard. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps in a few years, you will become the first supremacy in the true Xian domain. With your current achievements, it will be difficult for me to teach you in the future. However, I will pay attention to you and hope that you will become a supremacy soon." After saying that, Supremacy Chenyu secretly sent a message to Yixing, "We don't meet often. Once every 6 months, I will teach you for 3 days each time. Every year, it will be 3 days before the first month and 3 days before the 6th month. The rest of the time, you will have to rely on yourself." What Supremacy Chenyu meant was that he and Yixing would match. If anyone asked, both sides would be able to match up. Supremacy Chenyu left after saying a few words. The martialists of the true Xian domain looked at Yixing in a different light. Although Yixing's performance had been heaven-defying and had shocked them, it was still uncertain whether Yixing would become a supremacy. After all, it was unknown whether Yixing had inherited a dark-level cultivation technique. Without a dark-level cultivation technique, how could he become a supremacy? However, at that moment, Exalted Chenyu had appeared. Furthermore, Exalted Chenyu had said that he looked forward to Yixing becoming an exalted. It was obvious that exalted Chen Yu had already inherited Yixing's Xian-level martial technique. In that case, it was only a matter of time before Yixing became a supremacy. The martialists of the true Xian domain naturally viewed a future supremacy differently from how they had viewed Yixing. Not only was there shock and horror in his eyes, but there was also a hint of reverence. While Supremacy Chen Yu was visiting Yixing, Meng Yuansheng was paying attention to Yi Tianhe and listening to Supremacy Mo Jian's report. Supremacy Mo Jian said, Yi Tianhe is a member of the royal family of the Tianshui Empire. However, he was born in a side clan and his parents were not at the astral star realm. His performance was mediocre. He started cultivating at the age of 10 and broke through the star vortex realm to become a star marquis at the age of 17. After he turned 17, Yi Tianhe's cultivation started to soar rapidly. In just 3 years, his cultivation rose from the first level of the star vortex realm to the fourth level of the astral star realm. Meng Tiansheng raised his eyebrows and said, he turned 17 3 years ago? There was a turning point in his life? 3 years ago was when Si Kongyan had predicted that the demon star would descend. Supremacy Mo Jian nodded. Yes. Meng Tiansheng blinked. After 2 breaths, he continued to ask, can you confirm if he is the same person as he was before he turned 17? Supremacy Mo Jian said, I should be able to confirm that his family did not notice anything unusual about him. Meng Tiansheng closed his eyes and pondered. After taking a deep breath, he said, show me the list of the top 100. Soon, the list of the top 100 was in Meng Tiansheng's hands. He scanned the list and paid special attention to a few martialists with the surname Yi. Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxia, Yi Tianhe, Yi Xing, Yi Binglong, Yi Zhenyan, Yi Fan, and Yi Kunlong. Among them, Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxia, Yi Binglong, Yi Zhenyan, and Yi Kunlong were all from the Black Raven Empire. Yi Fan was from the Heavenly Wolf Empire, a middle-rank empire. Yi Tianhe was from the Heavenly Water Empire, a low-rank empire. Yi Xing was from the True Xian domain. Could the Demon Star of Troubled Times be among these 8? Meng Yuansheng's eyes scanned the names of the 8 martialists as he pondered. State Preceptor Si Kong said that the demon star descended to the east and was born with the surname Yi. However, ever since it was confirmed that the demon star of troubled times was an extraterrestrial, everything has become confusing and difficult to confirm. Even if the demon star of troubled times really descended to the east, 3 years have already passed and he might not still be in the East Divine Continent. Furthermore, even if the demon star was born with the surname Yi, it might not be impossible for him to change his surname. Begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 496. All 8 of them are suspicious. Among them, Yi Xing and Yi Tianhe are the most suspicious. If the fiend star is one of them, I will kill all of them and end this once and for all. However, if he is not one of them, the deaths of the 8 participants will definitely attract the attention of the fiend star. If he is vigilant, it will be difficult to find him. Meng Yuansheng pondered for a long time but could not determine who the fiend star was. He still could not act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. However, since the 8 young geniuses were suspicious, he could not do nothing. Meng Yuansheng's voice rang in the ears of the supremacies of the Blood Edge Empire and Sky Eagle Empire. Instruct your juniors to attack all martial artists with the surname Yi in the Divine Continent's secret realm. Especially the top 8 in the top 100. They are the main targets. Use all means to see if they are hiding any secrets. In the Black Crow Empire, the Yi clan was the royal family of the empire. Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxia, Yi Binglong, Yi Zhenyan, Yi Kunlong, and the other top 100 martial artists with the surname Yi were all juniors of the Black Evil Empire. Of course, this matter could not be told to the people of the Black Crow Empire. Meng Yuansheng's voice was transmitted secretly. The supremacies of the Blood Edge Empire and Sky Eagle Empire naturally would not say anything. They replied secretly, yes, Yuan Sage Monarch. Very quickly, the juniors of the two empires received orders from their respective supremacies to attack the martial artists with the surname Yi in the Divine Continent's secret realm and test their bottom line. The Divine Continent's secret realm was about to open. However, the martial artists with the surname Yi did not know that what awaited them was a calamity. To open the Divine Continent's secret realm, the three upper-rank empires of the East Divine Continent had to join forces. Not long after the genius election competition ended, Mo Jian supremacy of the Blood Edge Empire, Yi Hong supremacy of the Black Crow Empire, and Eternal Sky supremacy of the Sky Eagle Empire flew into the sky at the same time and took out their respective treasures to open the entrance to the Divine Continent's secret realm. Mo Jian supremacy stood in the sky and said loudly, "The Divine Continent's secret realm is a treasure land in the East Divine Continent. It has been passed down since ancient times and there are large amounts of spirit-grade treasures, martial arts, and medicinal herbs inside. Furthermore, if one's luck was good, one could even obtain a profound-grade treasure." The most mysterious place was none other than the Stargazing Enlightenment Platform. The 7 Stargazing Enlightenment Platforms appeared in the center of the secret realm 10 days after it opened. On the Enlightenment Platforms, one could observe the stars and comprehend martial arts. It had a magical effect and was the best place to improve one's martial arts attainment. Within the mystic realm, there are many other magical places. I won't list them one by one. Juniors, you can explore them slowly after you enter. Each time the Divine Continent Mystery Realm opens, it can only last for a month. After a month, all of you will be transported out. The Heavenly Eagle Empire's Eternal Sky Supremacy swept his gaze across the younger martial artists and said, "Lads, what are you waiting for? You are lucky enough to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Domain. This is your destiny. Go on in." The disciples of the 3 upper-rank empires were the first to soar into the sky. Behind each of them was either an upper-grade or a middle-grade flying spiritual treasure. They flew into the sky and entered the mystic realm through the entrance of the mystic realm at the mountainside of the Divine Continent Mountain. Closely following them were the younger geniuses of the 9 middle-rank empires. After that, all the younger geniuses followed suit. Whether it was the younger geniuses of the middle-rank empires or the lower regions, this was the first time they were lucky enough to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Domain. Yixing and the younger martial artists of the True Xian region flew towards the entrance of the mystic realm. They did not rush too far ahead and did not fall behind. When Yixing passed through the entrance of the mystic realm that was like a space vortex, the space changed and he appeared in a spacious plain. There were many younger martial artists in the vicinity. Clearly, everyone had entered from the same area. Whoosh! After Yixing entered the Divine Continent Mystery Domain, he saw a flash of light that was as fast as lightning. Someone was using a supreme-grade flying spiritual treasure to fly at high speed. Yixing looked into the distance and saw that person clearly. It was Yi Tianhe, who had been in the limelight at the genius trials. This person was cautious. He knew that he had been in the limelight and was afraid that someone would harm him in the mystic realm. Once he entered the mystic realm, he stayed away from the crowd. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another flash of light flew past. Ing Xiangyang from the Sky Eagle Empire also used a supreme-grade flying spiritual treasure and chased after Yi Tianhe. Yixing blinked. It seemed like Yi Tianhe's caution was not without reason. There were indeed people who wanted to harm him. Although he was a demon, his cultivation was too low. He was only at the 4th tier of the Astral Dipper realm and could not compete with a genius who had the battle prowess of a 7-star venerable. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. Yi Tianhe had been in the limelight. As a younger martial artist of the lower region, he had also made it to the final round of the top 10. He had also been in the limelight. Perhaps there were people who wanted to harm him. There are too many people here. I'd better not reunite with Qingxian first. I'll stay away from the crowd first. Yixing thought to himself. Although he was not Yi Tianhe and did not fear any of the younger geniuses, he still wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible. However, someone did not give Yixing the chance to leave. Yixing! A loud shout rang out as a person blocked Yixing's path. At this moment, all of the younger geniuses were in the vicinity. This person's shout attracted everyone's attention. It's Beilan Empire's Beigong Yidao. Why is he looking for trouble with Yixing? Could it be that the two of them have some grudges? It shouldn't be. The Beilan Empire is in the northern part of the East Divine Continent, while the true Xian region is in the eastern part of the East Divine Continent. The two places are at least 10 million miles apart. How could there be any grudges between them? Beigong Yidao was once one of the top 10 geniuses. Although he was forced out, he still has the battle prowess of a 7-star venerable. Although Yixing's battle prowess is strong, he is no match for him. The martial artists started to discuss. The younger geniuses of the Blood Edge Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire who wanted to attack Yixing saw that Beigong Yidao had attacked Yixing first. They were not in a hurry to attack. Yixing's gaze fell on Beigong Yidao, who was standing beside Beigong Yidao. He immediately understood why Beigong Yidao was looking for trouble with him. It was obviously because of Beigong Yidao. Beigong Yidao's aura surged like a vast ocean. It was unstoppable as it pressed down on Yixing. He shouted loudly, "It's all because of you that my brother lost his place in the top 100. You are just a martial artist from the lower region. How dare you be in the top 100? Look at the top 100. Apart from you, is there any other martial artist from the lower region?" After saying this, Beigong Yidao pointed his saber at Yixing and said word by word, "You are not qualified to be in the top 100. Although Yixing did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of it. He looked at Beigong Yidao indifferently and said, "Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide." Chapter 497. Beigong Yidao laughed coldly and said, "There are a total of 100 spots for the third genius trials. If you die in the Divine Continent's secret realm, there will naturally be an empty spot. He. If that's the case, my brother will have a chance to enter the top 100. After Beigong Yidao finished speaking, he stared at Yixing with a mocking expression and said slowly, "What right does a dead man have?" All the nearby martial artists were shocked. Beigong Yidao actually wanted to kill Yixing. Yixing came from the true Xian region, one of the 72 lower regions. As for Beigong Yidao, he came from the Beilan region, one of the 36 upper regions. He was the royal family of the Beilan Empire, a middle-ranked empire. Their backgrounds were on completely different levels. Beigong Yidao did not care about Yixing at all. Therefore, Beigong Yidao did not hide his killing intent towards Yixing, even in front of everyone. "I want to kill Yixing. So what? He's just an ant. Who can stop me? Who can stop me?" Beigong Yidao laughed coldly in his heart. Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was really domineering. However, Yixing's eyes flashed. To be so domineering in front of him, that would be suicide. They must be tired of living. An aura spread out with Yixing at the center, causing the wind to ripple. Yixing's gaze was calm as he looked at Beigong Yidao and said, "You can try." Beigong Yidao raised his hand, and a supreme-grade spiritual treasure saber appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he laughed coldly. "I, Beigong Yidao, was once a genius. 10 sabers are enough to kill you." In the genius selection, countless martial artists were watching. Furthermore, there were sovereigns watching. The younger generation of martial artists didn't use any of their killing moves. Once they used their killing moves, their strength would increase, and they would be extremely terrifying. Beigong Yidao believed that although he had been eliminated from the genius trials, he would not be inferior to the newly promoted geniuses if he really fought with his life on the line. As Beigong Yidao spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a water-type star that was covered by a vast ocean. Boundless water-type star energy fell and scattered around Beigong Yidao. The water-type star energy gathered and rippled like a sea. Bei Gong Yidao stood in the middle of the ocean. The top-quality spirit saber in his hand blossomed with light and emitted a sharp and frightening might. Vast ocean roar. Bei Gong Yidao shouted, and the light of his peak-grade spirit saber blossomed for 300 meters. A terrifying aura exploded out as he slashed out. Superb spiritual martial art, vast sea blade technique. As soon as Bei Gong Yidao made his move, he used astrology. Astral energy circulated in his body as he executed the vast ocean saber art's ultimate move, vast ocean roar. With a wave of the treasured saber, the sea of astral power that was formed by the convergence of the endless astral power suddenly howled and roared, surging with great momentum. The ocean roared and its might shook the heavens. Endless astral energy contained a peerless and terrifying power. It gathered on the blade and slashed out a terrifying saber aura. As the astral saber descended, the winds parted and the clouds parted. The air around Yixing was also torn apart as saber chi surged toward him. Whoosh! Facing Bei Gong Yidao's all-out attack, Yixing also used the fire astrology. He executed the upper-quality spiritual martial art, Astral Flame Fist, and punched out. For this punch, Yixing had used the power of the fire force, which was close to the great success stage of the force of fire. When combined with the fire galaxy of the fire celestial form, the power of the flaming dipper fist skyrocketed. The astral flame fist, which was at the perfection stage, exploded with a terrifying power. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral flame fist was unstoppable. It shattered the astral saber that was like a tsunami. Yixing took a step forward. His fist momentum did not decrease. Using the momentum of the wind, his body moved like a shadow as he charged forward. His fist broke through the sound barrier and blasted out layers of ripples. In the blink of an eye, another fist arrived in front of Bei Gong Yidao. Bei Gong Yidao was shocked that Yixing had broken the vast ocean roar with his absolute strength. Yixing's quick attack had also caught Bei Gong Yidao by surprise. Bei Gong Yidao hadn't expected that Yixing would be able to reach him so quickly. Vast ocean wave strike. Bei Gong Yidao shouted and swept out his saber. The astral saber was like a tidal wave that had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, Yixing's fist was even more powerful. With a loud explosion, Bei Gong Yidao's astral saber was shattered again. His body was shaken by the power of the fist and was pushed back. Tiger roar and dragon roar. Yixing seized the opportunity and attacked with all his strength. He executed the astral flame fist's ultimate move. A tiger's roar shook the sky and a dragon's roar was ear-piercing. A fire tiger and a fire dragon instantly appeared and merged with the astral flame fist. Bang! The power of this fist was even more terrifying and unstoppable. The superior quality spiritual saber in Bei Gong Yidao's hand buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. As for Bei Gong Yidao's body, he was sent flying backward by the terrifying power of the fist. Puff! Bei Gong Yidao spat out blood in midair. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The martial artists did not expect that Bei Gong Yidao would be defeated by Yixing in just 3 moves. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in shock, a green light flashed across the sky and instantly flew 10 miles away. Yixing had activated his azure cloud wings and was flying far away at an extremely fast speed. When he was fighting with Bei Gong Yidao, he could sense that many of the younger generation geniuses had locked onto him. There were even monstrous geniuses among them. These younger generation geniuses were all descendants of the empire's royal family. Some of them were even princes and crown princes. They did not place Yixing in their eyes. If they killed Yixing, the true Xian region would not have the strength to stand up for Yixing. However, if Yixing killed them, it would be different. If he killed them, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Since he could not kill them, Yixing revealed his methods and fought with them. He seized the opportunity to leave the crowd and quickly flew away. He did not want to be entangled with them. Yixing activated his azure cloud wings. With the power of wind at the peak of the minute subtlety realm and a top-grade flying spirit artifact, his speed was astonishing. Several of the younger generation geniuses did not react until Yixing had flown 10 miles away. They immediately activated their top-grade flying spirit artifacts and streaked across the sky, chasing after Yixing. However, the distance between them only grew further and further. Although they were both using top-grade flying spirit artifacts, Yixing's comprehension of the power of wind far surpassed that of his peers. The speed of the younger generation geniuses naturally could not compare with Yixing's. Yixing flew forwards at an extremely fast speed. Before long, he had shaken off his pursuers and arrived in the skies above a mountain range. He turned around and looked into the distance. He could no longer see the plane he had entered from. His speed was simply too fast. In that short period of time, he had flown at least 10,000 miles. Yixing looked into the distance and discovered that there was a mountain valley dozens of miles away. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. At the edge of the mountain valley, Yixing discovered several stalks of herbs. They were all spirit-grade herbs. Yixing activated his azure cloud wings and quickly arrived at the mountain valley. He discovered that there were even more herbs in the mountain valley. Although most of them were low-grade and middle-grade spirit-grade herbs, there were also many high-grade spirit-grade herbs. Chapter 498. Yixing used his X-ray vision and super brain to scan the area. He discovered that there were even supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the depths of the valley. This place was less than 10 to 20,000 li away from the entrance of the Divine Continent's mystic realm. There were actually so many spiritual herbs growing in this valley. Yixing was both delighted and shocked. According to the past rules, the Divine Continent's mystic realm would open once every 10 years. Geniuses below the age of 25 could enter. Every 10 years, the younger generation geniuses of the 3 upper-rank and 9 middle-rank empires would train in the Divine Continent's mystic realm. There were large amounts of spirit-grade herbs growing in this valley, and they should not have been maintained so well. Wave after wave of geniuses entered the Divine Continent's mystic realm. This place should have been discovered long ago, and the herbs would have been harvested. Whoosh! A terrifying aura suddenly came from the mountain peak beside them. Yixing turned around and saw a huge scarlet four-eyed tiger walking out of the dense forest. The tiger's fur was like a scarlet flame. Excluding its tail, its body was more than 6 meters long. Including its tail, it was about 10 meters long. Advanced third-tier demonic beast, four-eyed scarlet tiger. It was no wonder that so many spiritual herbs were growing so well in this valley. It was because of the four-eyed scarlet tiger's protection. The four-eyed scarlet tiger was the most ordinary of the advanced third-tier demonic beasts. It was equivalent to the 7-star Venerable Master. Yixing did not think much of it. Eye of clear cloud. A cloud-like vortex appeared in Yixing's eyes. A cloud-like vortex appeared in the four-eyed scarlet tiger's eyes in the blink of an eye. With Yixing's eye of clear cloud, it was not difficult to control an advanced third-tier demonic beast that was equivalent to the 7-star Venerable Master. However, Yixing's face was immediately filled with shock. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's body. It was as if a ball of invisible flame had risen. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared, and the cloudy vortex in the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's eyes instantly disappeared. What's going on? This aura is almost on par with that of an 8-star Venerable. Yixing was astonished. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this four-eyed scarlet flame tiger has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? There was a record in the Eye of Clear Cloud. Although the Eye of Clear Cloud could control demonic beasts, it could not control demonic beasts with ancient demonic beast bloodlines. Furthermore, demonic beasts with ancient demonic beast bloodlines were stronger than normal demonic beasts. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Under normal circumstances, the four-eyed flaming tiger was equivalent to Venerable 7-star. However, if it provoked an ancient demonic beast bloodline, it would be almost invincible to Venerable 7-star. There were strong and weak 7-star venerables. Those who were invincible among 7-star venerables could easily kill the most ordinary 7-star venerables. Yixing looked at the four-eyed scarlet tiger, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was not afraid of Venerable 7-star's invincible battle prowess. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. From Venerable 3-star to Venerable 5-star, Yixing had broken through very quickly. He did not have time to completely familiarize himself with each realm. Fighting was the best way to familiarize himself with each realm and strengthen his foundation, especially when he was in a dangerous situation. Sensing Yixing's battle intent, the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger roared and stared at Yixing. In an instant, 4 scarlet rays shot out toward Yixing. These 4 crimson rays were almost like 4 sword auras. They exuded an extremely sharp aura and were extremely fast. Grand Wind Momentum. Yixing used the Grand Wind Momentum to the limit. His figure was like lightning and disappeared in an instant. The 4 scarlet rays missed, and 4 deep ravines appeared on the ground where Yixing was standing. The wind whistled. Yixing used the fire astral form and punched out with the flaming astral fist. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's eyes were sharp, and its reaction was extremely fast. Its tiger claws were like iron hooks, clawing at Yixing. The flaming astral fist shook violently and was shattered by the tiger claws. Yixing's body retreated a few steps. Roar! The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger roared. Its strength was much stronger than Yixing's. It did not retreat even half a step in the collision. Instead, it leaped and pounced toward Yixing. The clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Before the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's body pounced, an extremely fierce and fishy wind blew over. Tiger roar and dragon roar. Yixing's heart shook. He immediately used the ultimate move of the flaming astral fist. The fire dragon and fire tiger danced and merged into the flaming astral fist. Endless fire astral power fell, multiplying the power of the flaming astral fist. It collided with the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger. With a loud explosion, the astral light exploded. The airflow swept out in all directions, forming a terrifying shock wave. The impact of this strike was far too terrifying. Even though the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was astonishingly strong, it still couldn't help but tremble and come to a halt. As for Yixing, he was sent flying backwards for dozens of meters. It was as if his body had been struck by a giant hammer. Luckily, the intensity of his mortal body far surpassed that of other true sages, thus he wasn't injured. Even so, the astral energy within his body had gone berserk, making him uncomfortable. If it were any other 5-star true sages, they would have spat out a mouthful of blood after being struck by the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger. They might even have died. Roar! The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger reared its head back and roared. It continued to rush towards Yixing. Yixing lifted his hand and the black dragon spear appeared in his grasp. In that moment, the power of the flames increased even more. Sunflame Spear Art, Burn Annihilation. A spear thrust out. The power of flames erupted. The astral spear thrust forwards, creating a sea of fire behind it, its momentum terrifying. Bang! The astral light shattered. The black dragon spear collided with the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's claw, emitting a clear explosive sound. With the black dragon spear in hand, Yixing's striking power was even greater than when he used the blazing flame gloves. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attack was blocked by Yixing. Before, Yixing had been forced back again and again by the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attacks. But now, Yixing had actually blocked its attack. This caused the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger to be enraged. With a loud roar, the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger erupted with an even more berserk aura. It rushed towards Yixing. Moreover, its 4 eyes glared at Lin Ming and a red beam shot out once more. Yixing felt a great threat. He immediately activated his super brain to scan the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's weakness and attack it. Through the super brain scan, Yixing could clearly see the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attack trajectory. No matter how berserk the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was, it still couldn't do anything to Yixing. Bang 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 bang, crisp sounds rang out without end. Yixing and the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger were engaged in a fierce battle at every moment. In an intense battle, any reaction would be made within a split second. This was very different from the usual practice of martial arts. It made the changes in moves much smoother, changing according to the changes in the situation, and not sticking to the rigid moves. One man and one tiger fiercely fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, the scarred four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was frightened by Yixing. It let out an unwilling roar and gave up on the massive amount of spirit herbs in the mountain valley, fleeing without a trace. Yixing didn't chase after it. As he watched the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger leave, he entered the mountain valley and began to dig up spirit herbs. I was delayed by something during the day and my headache flared up again. It's only now that I'm feeling better. I can't finish 4 chapters today, I can only finish 2. But since I said 4 chapters, I'll count it as 4. As for the remaining 2 chapters, I'll make up for it tomorrow. So, tomorrow there will be 6 chapters. At the end of the month, it's time to ask for monthly votes. If I can finish 4 chapters early, then I can ask for votes early. It'll be much better for me. If I can't finish it, then it's really inhuman. I apologize. Chapter 499. The herbs in this valley had not been harvested for many years. There were many of them and they were growing well. As long as they were mature, Yixing would harvest them regardless of whether they were low grade, middle grade, upper grade, or supreme grade. Even though most of these spiritual herbs were useless to him, the Fallen Star sect needed them, and the more, the better. After spending some time, Yixing harvested all the mature herbs in the valley and kept them in his storage ring. Yixing harvested close to 100 low-grade and middle-grade herbs. He harvested more than 20 high-grade herbs. As for supreme-grade herbs, he only harvested 3. However, Yixing found a lot of top-grade spirit-grade herbs roots. It seemed like the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger had eaten a lot of top-grade spirit-grade herbs. After leaving the valley, Yixing continued to fly forward. He looked around and searched for a place like the valley where herbs grew. The divine continent mystery dimension was huge. Once people were separated, it would be difficult to meet again. Yixing only met 2 people in one day, and they avoided each other. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Yixing found a few places where spirit herbs grew guarded by high-tier level 3 demonic beasts. Some of the level 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to Venerable 7 stars, while others were equivalent to Venerable 8 stars. The demonic beasts in the Divine Continent Mystery Dimension all had the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts. Their strength was at the peak of the same cultivation level. Yixing used the demonic beasts equivalent to Venerable 7 stars for practice and battle. Yixing used the greenwood sword formation to kill the demonic beasts equivalent to Venerable 8 stars. After a few days, Yixing harvested a large amount of spirit herbs. He even harvested more than 10 supreme-grade herbs. It was a great harvest. On this day, Yixing came to the edge of the mountain ridge and entered a dense forest. The forest was filled with towering trees and was filled with an ancient aura. The sky was blocked by the canopy, and the forest was very dark. Such an environment was suitable for the growth of some special spirit herbs, such as those with the dark and cold attributes. Of course, there were still demonic beasts guarding the high-quality spirit herbs. This was not a problem for Yixing. On the 7th day, Yixing found an ancient building in the dense forest. It should be a ruin from the ancient era. Yixing started to search inside. Ancient ruins had always been a good place to produce treasures. If it was an unexplored ancient ruin, there would be treasures everywhere. However, this ancient ruins had clearly been visited many times. Yixing searched one hall after another, but there was nothing. Yixing walked past a hall and his expression changed. He turned around and looked at the depths of the hall. There's an illusion array here. If Yixing hadn't instinctively activated his superbrain to scan every hall, he might have been fooled by the illusion formation. Yixing went to the depths of the hall and used his X-ray vision to scan the area with his superbrain. He carefully examined everything in the illusion formation and discovered that it was not empty. There were 3 stone platforms with a saber, a sword, and a spear on them. The 3 weapons were all supreme-grade spirit weapons. This made Yixing happy. I just happened to be lacking a supreme-grade spirit weapon spear. This was a level 3 illusion array with a level 3 defense array at the large success stage. This was not a problem for Yixing. Yixing took out a few level 3 formation flags, and it didn't take long for them to break the level 3 illusion and trap formations in front of him. The 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons lost their cover and 3 auras leaked out. The auras were very strong. These 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons were the best of the best. The aura of supreme-grade spirit weapons. There are treasures inside. I finally found treasures in this damned place. Yixing had just grabbed the supreme-grade spirit weapon spear when 3 voices came from outside the hall. Someone sensed the aura of the supreme-grade spirit weapons and quickly rushed into the hall. Yixing recognized them. They were the younger generation geniuses of the ancient Shang Empire, Shang Buchuan, Shang Zian and Shang Yuelin. Shang Buchuan was once one of the top 10 prodigies. Shang Zian had fought with Wei Qingxian in the second round. Shang Yuelin was in the same group as Yixing in the second round. However, he was eliminated by Shi Junfeng at the beginning and did not fight with Yixing. These 3 people were all 6 stars enlightened masters and were ranked in the top 100. Especially Shang Buchuan, who was once a prodigy. When the 3 of them walked together, they were an extremely powerful force. Even the top 10 prodigies did not dare to underestimate them. The moment the 3 of them entered the hall, their gazes fell on Yixing. At this time, the 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons had already been grabbed by Yixing and kept into his storage ring. Shang Buchuan and the other 2 swept their gazes across the 3 stone platforms. It was not difficult to guess that Yixing had obtained supreme-grade spirit weapons from the 3 stone platforms. So it's brother Yixing. Shang Buchuan's gaze fell on Yixing. He smiled faintly and said, "Looks like brother Yixing's harvest is not small." Yixing's gaze swept across the 3 of them one by one. Using his super brain, he scanned their qi clearly. Although the 3 of them had smiles on their faces, the astral energy in their bodies was secretly activated. They could erupt at any time and unleash their fiercest attacks. Clearly, they did not have good intentions. Yixing said indifferently, "It's just so." Shang Buchuan chuckled, "Brother Yixing, there's no need to be nervous. We were just casually asking. We're leaving." After speaking, Shang Buchuan cupped his fists towards Yixing and bowed politely. Then, he waved his hand and left with Shang Zian and Shang Yuelin. The 3 of their qi was still berserk and their astral energy was activated. Yixing smirked and secretly activated the flame shield array flag. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, Shang Buchuan and the other 2 turned around at the same time. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact sword appeared in their hands. Astral energy shot out and instantly pierced towards Yixing. The 3 of them attacked at the same time from different angles. They formed a joint attack and completely sealed off Yixing's escape route. This was a set of encirclement techniques. When the 3 of them attacked together, even the top 10 geniuses would find it difficult to deal with them. Die! The 3 of them shouted at the same time as they attacked. It was as if they were giving Yixing a death sentence. Ding! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, the 3 astral swords pierced the flame shield that had suddenly appeared around Yixing and were all blocked. A rank 3 defensive array flag of great completion. Shang Buqiuan and the other 2 instantly withdrew their astral swords and retreated. They looked at Yixing in shock and exclaimed, "You're a rank 3 array grandmaster?" Their exclamations were tinged with fear. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the greenwood sword array flag was activated. Yixing nodded, "Yes, I am. Brother Yixing, let's talk nicely." Shang Buqiuan's expression changed greatly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the greenwood sword chi that suddenly filled the sky, he shouted, "Leave quickly." Leave? A rank 3 array grandmaster had already activated his array. How could a mere 6 stars perfected person have the chance to leave? The dense greenwood sword chi fell and the 3 of them were sliced into pieces and died at the same time. Accidentally, 500 chapters have been completed. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today's second watch will be moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow's 6th watch will explode. Chapter 500. When Beigong Yidao had provoked Yixing, there had been a large number of junior martial artists watching from the sidelines. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yixing could only defeat Beigong Yidao, but he didn't dare to take his life. However, there was no one else in the hall except for Yixing and the other 3. These 3 wanted to kill Yixing and steal his treasures, so why should Yixing be courteous to them? He directly activated the level 3 Great Completion formation and killed Shang Buqiuan and the other 2 with a wave of his hand. This result was something that the 3 of them did not expect. When the 3 of them worked together, even the top 10 prodigies would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, they attacked suddenly. If the target was careless, even a prodigy could be killed. Who would have thought that their ambush had no effect on Yixing at all? Instead, they were completely annihilated by Yixing's level 3 Grand Completion Array formation. Even a 9-star Venerable would not be able to deal with a level 3 Great Success formation. The 3 of them were 6-star Venerable Masters, but they only had the strength of a 7-star Venerable. How could they resist the greenwood sword formation? Naturally, they were instantly killed. "You're courting death," Yixing said indifferently as he collected the 3 spatial rings and supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Then, he used the black hole astrology to absorb the 3's heavenly fate flames. Among the 3, Shang Buqiuan did not have the highest heavenly fate flames, he only had a 5-star green fate flame. Yixing's heavenly fate flame turned from yellow to green. The 9 flames merged into one and finally grew to 5 flames. His heavenly fate flame had a huge upgrade, from a 9-star yellow fate flame to a 5-star green fate flame. Yixing activated the star fire seed and burned the 3's corpses to ashes. After destroying the corpses, he left the hall. After leaving the hall, Yixing took out the supreme-grade spiritual weapon spear and examined it carefully. It was a dark red spear. Especially the spearhead, it was dark red like blood. At the end of the spear, there were 2 ancient words, Dragon Blood. It was a weapon from the ancient era. Blood Dragon Spear. Yixing revealed a satisfied smile. Compared to the Black Dragon Spear, the Dragon Blood Spear was far more formidable. With the Dragon Blood Spear, Yixing's strength would increase by quite a bit. With the Dragon Blood Spear in hand, Yixing was very confident that he would not meet a match under the 8-star Exalted Realm. Yixing was confident that he could defeat Mo Tong without using the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole astrology. On the 10th day of the opening of the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms would appear in the central region of the Mystic Realm. Ascending the stargazing enlightenment platforms would allow one to gaze at the starry sky and comprehend the stars of the universe. One's ability to understand would be greatly enhanced, and one's cultivation of martial arts would have miraculous effects. Yixing's Flaming Dipper Fist, Flaming Sun Spear Tip, and Flaming Arrow art had all reached perfection. For most martial artists, perfection was the limit of martial arts. As for Yixing, what he pursued was the true limit of martial arts, the perfection of martial arts. Only when one's martial arts reached the perfection of martial arts could they be considered to have thoroughly grasped them. It was like cultivating a certain boundary. Only after thoroughly familiarizing oneself with it would one be able to break through to the next boundary and consolidate one's foundation. When one's martial arts reached the perfection of martial arts, one could cultivate another martial arts. This was also the consolidation of one's martial arts foundation. The more stable one's foundation was, the smoother one's future cultivation would be. The higher the grade of martial arts, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. But Yixing believed that as long as his martial arts progressed step by step until they reached the perfection of perfection, his understanding of martial arts would far surpass that of an ordinary person. Even if it was a higher grade martial art, he would still be able to cultivate it with twice the results with half the effort. Thus, Yixing had to go to the stargazing enlightenment platforms. For the next several days, Yixing approached the central region of the mystic realm. Along the way, he harvested some more spirit medicines. On the 10th day, when the stargazing enlightenment platforms appeared, Yixing had already arrived at the location. There were more than 100 martial artists who wanted to ascend the stargazing enlightenment platforms. Almost all of them were junior geniuses from upper and middle rank empires. There were only 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms. The enlightenment platforms weren't big. It was spacious for 1 person and suitable for 2 people. It was crowded for 3 people and impossible for 4 people to squeeze in. The 7 enlightenment platforms could only hold 21 people at most. Most of the martial artists who came couldn't ascend. The junior geniuses from middle-rank empires and prodigies could compete with the junior geniuses from upper-rank empires. The junior geniuses from lower-rank empires and the 72 lower regions didn't have the qualifications to compete. Naturally, they didn't come here. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well explore other places. Perhaps they would gain something. Yixing was an exception. When the 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms appeared, no one noticed Yixing's arrival. Mo Tong was the first to fly out and land on the first stargazing enlightenment platform. "This enlightenment platform belongs to me," Mo Tong said with a smile. As the leader of the 10 great prodigies, no one competed with him. The second to fly out was Yi Wuyan. He landed on the second stargazing enlightenment platform and said, "This one belongs to me." Although Meng Yuansheng had ordered the supremacies of the Xiaofan Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire to test the strength of the martialist with the surname Yi, the martialist with the surname Yi from the Black Crow Empire was not harassed at all. Yi Wuyan was ranked second among the 10 great prodigies. Even Mo Tong would find it difficult to beat him. Who would dare to provoke him? As Yi Wuyan occupied the second 7-star enlightenment platform, the 3rd, 4th and 5th ranked prodigies, Ing Changkong, Mo Mingyue and Ing Xiangyang, flew out one after another and each occupied an enlightenment platform. Of the 5 stargazing enlightenment platforms, the Xiaofan Empire occupied 2, the Sky Eagle Empire occupied 2, and the Black Crow Empire only occupied 1. This obviously made the younger prodigies of the Black Crow Empire unhappy. Yi Wuyan said, "Wuxia, you take the 6th enlightenment platform." Of the 10 great prodigies, the 6th ranked prodigy was Wu Yuanzheng of the Black Tiger Empire. However, he didn't move at all and could only give way to Yi Wuxia. After all, there were a total of 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms. Yi Wuxia was ranked 7th among the 10 great prodigies. Since Yi Wuxia occupied the 6th enlightenment platform, the 7th naturally belonged to him. Wu Yuanzheng didn't feel that he had lost out. As for the 8, 9, and 10th ranked prodigies, King Kong, Feng Jianlu, and Shi Jianyu had all been defeated by Wu Yuanzheng. Wu Yuanzheng didn't feel that anyone else could compete with him. Yi Wuxia flew up to the 6th enlightenment platform lightly. Of the 7 enlightenment platforms, only 1 was left. Wu Yuanzheng's lips curled. Just as he was about to go up to the 7th enlightenment platform, someone was faster than him. With a flash of green light, Yixing was already standing on the 7th enlightenment platform. Yixing said, "This enlightenment platform belongs to me." Whether it was the prodigies on the first 6 enlightenment platforms or the other prodigies of the younger generation, they were all stunned when they saw Yixing on the 7th enlightenment platform. What was going on? There were only 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms, and there were 10 prodigies of the younger generation. Even among the 10 great prodigies, there were people who couldn't occupy a single enlightenment platform. Yixing had actually rushed up first and declared that this enlightenment platform belonged to him? Why? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't change him. This was the thought in the minds of all the cultivators. Chapter 501. Although Yixing defeated Bei Gongyidao has already been eliminated from the top 10 prodigies. There are still 4 prodigies who have yet to occupy an enlightenment platform. What ability does Yixing have to dare to occupy one? Wu Yuanzheng already sees this enlightenment platform as his. Yixing doesn't know what's good for him. He will definitely suffer. A country bumpkin from a remote area is really ignorant. Once he achieves something, he becomes arrogant. He is only a rising star. How can he be compared to a true prodigy? He is doomed. The cultivators discussed fervently. After Wu Yuanzheng recovered from his shock, he was immediately enraged. He had no objection to Yi Wuxia occupying an enlightenment platform before him because Yi Wuxia was a junior from a high-rank empire. His background was much higher than his. Although Yi Wuxia's strength was inferior to his, Wu Yuanzheng knew that he could not be compared to Yi Wuxia. However, Yixing was different. Yixing was only a junior from the 72 lower districts. In Wu Yuanzheng's opinion, in terms of background, Yixing was thousands of miles away from him. More importantly, Yixing was not even among the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanzheng was ranked 6th among the top 10 prodigies. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Yixing. No matter how they compared it, he, Wu Yuanzheng, was firmly stepping on Yixing's head. Yixing actually dared to occupy a comprehension platform before him. This was simply preposterous. As the cultivators expected, Wu Yuanzheng flew toward the platform in just 2 breaths' time and yelled, "Get the hell out of here." As he spoke, Wu Yuanzheng struck out with his palm. The black tiger demonic wind transformed into a huge black tiger and pounced toward Yixing. A strong gust of wind blew, and its might was shocking. Yixing's expression remained calm as he faced the black tiger demonic wind. The dragon blood spear appeared in his hand as he executed the sunfire spear art and stabbed forward. Burn kill. A boundless flame aura burst out. A sea of flames seemed to appear behind Yixing, blazing fiercely. A peerless and terrifying power fused into the dragon blood spear, making this move exceptionally powerful. Break. The black tiger baleful dipper was pierced by the dragon blood spear and turned into astral currents that scattered in all directions. Wu Yuanben thought that he could blast Yixing off the enlightenment platform with a single palm strike. Then, he would land on the enlightenment platform and enjoy the reverent gazes of the other martial artists. However, things went beyond his expectations. Yixing was not blasted off the stage. Instead, he held a top-grade spirit artifact spear and pointed it at him. Wu Yuanzheng flew towards the enlightenment platform, taking the initiative to collide with the dragon blood spear. Looking at the dark red spear tip, Wu Yuanzheng's heart tightened, feeling a sense of danger. Wu Yuanzheng somersaulted in the air, forcibly stopping his forward momentum. He fell downwards, unable to charge onto the enlightenment platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuanzheng's attack was actually unable to force Yixing off the enlightenment platform. Instead, he wanted to charge onto the enlightenment platform but was forced to the ground by Yixing. This caused Wu Yuanzheng's face to flush red, feeling that he had lost a great deal of face. Whoosh! A beam of starlight flew out from between Wu Yuanzheng's eyebrows. He used his astrology, causing his power to multiply. Wu Yuanzheng's aura was wild. His gaze was like lightning as it locked onto Yixing. He shouted, "If you don't get off, then die for me." As his voice fell, Wu Yuanzheng's hands moved. He punched out through the air, smashing towards Yixing. Boom! Boom! The wild black tiger baleful dipper was displayed. Two giant black tigers appeared out of thin air. They stepped through the air, rushing towards Yixing. Ripples appeared in the air as the two black tigers collided with each other. Yixing could sense two terrifying bursts of energy pouncing toward him. For Wu Yuanzheng to be ranked 6th among the top 10 proud sons of heaven, his strength was indeed extraordinary. The power of this attack was equivalent to a late 7-star venerable strike. Whoosh! Yixing also used his astrology. A giant flaming star floated in the air, the power of the flames greatly increasing. In particular, the power of fire and the flaming star complemented each other. Their power multiplied, causing Yixing's aura to become even more terrifying. Chasing sun. The dragon blood spear shot out a blinding light like the midday sun. In an instant, Yixing stabbed out twice. The two black tiger baleful dipper were shattered into fragments by Yixing, scattering in all directions. Wu Yuanzheng's attack was also broken by Yixing, black tiger slaughter. Wu Yuanzheng was incomparably enraged. He used his ultimate killing technique. His aura suddenly rose by a large margin, containing a wild and berserk aura. Two palms pushed out, but 4 black tiger baleful dipper crossed each other and rushed forward. Like crazy demons, they crazily rushed towards Yixing. Wu Yuanzheng had used this move to force Wei Qingxian off the arena stage during the genius tryouts, obtaining victory. From this, one could see just how terrifying the power of this move was. The 4 black tiger baleful dipper contained a terrifying power. Their aura surged, causing one to be intimidated and not dare to resist. Yixing's will was firm. Facing this attack, his mind didn't support him at all. There wasn't the least bit of fear on his face. Instead, his eyes widened and he shouted out, "Kill!" As his voice roared out, sound waves surged out, spreading out in all directions. Yixing's aura rose, no weaker than the aura of the 4 black tiger baleful dipper. As Yixing shouted, the dragon blood spear in his hand erupted with a resplendent light. He used the ultimate skill of the sun flame spear arts, flame explosion. Boom! The resplendent astral ball instantly exploded like a huge bomb. Terrifying shockwaves instantly spread out in all directions, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread out. The 4 madly charging black tigers were blasted into pieces by this terrifying explosion, scattering in all directions. The air currents surged and swept over, containing a terrifying force. Not only did it blow Wu Yuanzheng's hair to the back, it also pushed his body back repeatedly. When the terrifying shockwave stopped, Wu Yuanzheng had already retreated dozens of steps, panting heavily. He had just executed the ultimate move of Black Tiger Slaughter, and it was at the moment when his body was at its weakest that he was hit by the shock wave. The astral baleful energy in his body circulated, and he immediately lost his breath. His heart ached faintly, and it was difficult for the astral baleful energy to be forcefully activated. His strength was greatly reduced. Yixing stood on the enlightenment platform. He slammed the dragon blood spear against the platform, causing a loud clang to ring out. He loudly said, "Who wants to compete with me for this enlightenment platform? Bring it on." At this moment, a powerful energy surged out from Yixing's body, causing his clothes to flutter without any wind. His black hair fluttered, giving him the aura of a master. Many of the martial artists that wanted to compete for the 7th enlightenment platform felt their minds shake, and they retreated again and again. Even Wu Yuanzheng wasn't able to snatch the enlightenment platform from Yixing's hands. Who else present had the strength to do so? Even Vajra, Wind Sword, and Shi Jianyu, these 3 junior powerhouses of the top 10 proud sons of heaven, knew that they didn't have the strength to do so. They couldn't compare to Wu Yuanzheng, so they naturally weren't Yixing's match. As for the proud sons of heaven that were ranked higher than Wu Yuanzheng, they had already occupied an enlightenment platform. If they went to fight with Yixing, they would have to give up their enlightenment platforms. There was clearly no need for that. Chapter 502. Wu Yuanjing glared at Yixing, his eyes filled with ferocity. Yixing's gaze swept across all the martial practitioners and finally landed on Wu Yuanjing. You, still want to try? Yixing's voice was filled with astral energy. It was extremely powerful and intimidating. A cloud vortex appeared in Yixing's eyes as he used the Eye of Clear Cloud. His spiritual power directly attacked the depths of Wu Yuanjing's mind. Moreover, Yixing activated the Grand Fire Force. The Grand Fire Force at the peak of the minute's subtlety was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the spiritual attack, it turned into a huge fire dragon in Wu Yuanjing's eyes and pounced over. Wu Yuanjing's mind trembled. His eyes were filled with lightning as he retreated repeatedly with shock. Although Yixing's Eye of Clear Cloud was not enough to control the spiritual power of a martial practitioner at the level of a venerable 7-star, it was enough to damage the target's spiritual power and even break the target's spiritual defense line. The ferocity in Wu Yuanjing's eyes disappeared. He looked at Yixing with only fear in his eyes. His expression changed as he turned and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. Since Wu Yuanjing had given up on fighting for it, naturally no one dared to attack Yixing. The 7th Enlightenment platform belonged to Yixing. Now, the 7 stargazing Enlightenment platforms already had owners. However, the Enlightenment platforms could still accommodate people. As long as the martial artist occupying the Enlightenment platform agreed, the other martial artists would also have the chance to ascend the Enlightenment platform. Mo Yang and Mo Tong were very close. Yi Binglong ascended the first Enlightenment platform occupied by Mo Tong, while Yi Binglong ascended the second Enlightenment platform occupied by Yi Wuyan. Every junior prodigy had someone close to them. Some were siblings, and some were close friends. They all used their connections to ascend the Enlightenment platforms. Very quickly, one person each ascended Enlightenment platform number 1 to number 6. As for the 7th Enlightenment platform, it was occupied by Yixing. He was the only one there for the time being. Zixuan, come up too. Meanwhile, Mo Tong's voice resounded from the number 1 Dao comprehension platform. 1 Dao comprehension platform was just right for 2 people. 3 people would be cramped, but Mo Tong was obviously willing to let Wei Qingxian onto Dao comprehension platform number 1. It was fine if it was a little crowded. Wei Qingxian stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Mo Tong, the first Enlightenment platform is too crowded. There's only young Master Yi on the 7th Enlightenment platform. I want to ask young Master Yi if he's willing to let me onto the 7th Enlightenment platform." Mo Tong's face turned green. He had invited her, but Wei Qingxian had refused. Instead, she had gone to ask for Yixing's opinion. This made him very angry. Wei Qingxian turned her gaze to Yixing and said, "Young Master Yi." Yixing already knew what Wei Qingxian wanted to say, so how could he not agree? Without waiting for Wei Qingxian to ask, he said, "If Miss Zixian is willing to share the stage with this Yi, then this Yi is more than happy to." Wei Qingxian smiled and said, "Many thanks to young Master Yi for granting my wish." Finished speaking, Wei Qingxian flew up and landed on the 7th Dao comprehension platform. Yixing and Wei Qingshuan's eyes met. Sparks flew from their gazes as they both revealed knowing smiles. However, in the eyes of other cultivators, this scene was simply love at first sight between Yixing and Wei Qingxian. This made many cultivators envious of Yixing. Even though Wei Qingxian was wearing men's clothing, the cultivators could see that she was a stunning beauty. She was not inferior to the 2 female prodigies, Mo Mingyue and Yi Wuxia. A stunning beauty who was born in an upper-rank empire actually fell in love with Yixing, a junior cultivator from the lower province. The cultivators felt that Yixing had hit the jackpot. How could they not be envious? However, the cultivators attributed the reason to Yixing's young and dignified appearance. He was only at the 5th level of the astral realm, but he had defeated Wu Yuanzheng, who was ranked 6th among the 10 great prodigies. However, they did not know that something had already happened between Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Most of the cultivators were simply envious. However, there were some who were not only envious, but also deeply jealous. Especially Mo Tong. As a core disciple of the Blood Edge Empire's imperial family, he had a noble status. Moreover, his aptitude was extremely heaven-defying. In this golden age of martial arts, he was still able to maintain his first place among the 10 great prodigies. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. His destiny was as high as a 7-star green destiny. In the future, he would at least become a 7-star honorable lord. Moreover, he had high hopes of becoming an 8-star honorable lord. In the past 2 years, Mo Tong had witnessed Wei Qingxuan's growth. He had long since fallen in love with Wei Qingxian. Moreover, he had always intentionally or unintentionally revealed his feelings for Wei Qingxian in front of Wei Qingxian. However, Wei Qingxian had never responded. She had always been cold to him. Wei Qingxian was not only cold to him. She was cold to others as well. It was not that Wei Qingxian was aloof. She was polite to everyone. Her words were pleasant, and she made people feel comfortable. It was easy to be friends with Wei Qingxian. However, it was very difficult to become friends with her. Because Wei Qingxian was the same to everyone, Mo Tong could tolerate Wei Qingxuan's coldness to him. However, Wei Qingxuan's attitude towards Yixing today was different. Especially when Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing. There was joy in her eyes. This was something that Mo Tong could not tolerate. Why? Why is she so cold to me, but so warm to Yixing? How am I inferior to Yixing in any way? Mo Tong was indignant. His jealousy turned into hatred. A murderous intent silently rose in his heart. He glanced at Yixing on the number 7 stargazing enlightenment platform and thought to himself, "You think differently of him, but I will prove to you who is the true number 1 prodigy of the East Divine Continent. He will comprehend martial arts for now. When the enlightenment platform disappears, I will make him disappear with it." Mo Tong's heart was filled with resentment, but Yixing didn't place him in his eyes. He didn't even think about him. At this moment, Yixing and Wei Qingxian were sitting opposite each other, and Yixing and Wei Qingxian were communicating via voice transmission. If they were too far away, there was a risk that their telepathic communication would be intercepted. However, they were sitting opposite each other. There was no one else around, so telepathic communication was naturally safe. Qingxian. Yixing. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 2 years since we last met. How have you been? Very good. After Queen Lanqin took me away from the Spirit Moon sect, she gave me many things. Later, when she found out that the Dayuan dynasty was holding a genius election, she arranged for me to study at the Blood Edge Empire's Imperial College. The elders there took good care of me, so I've had a smooth time over the past 2 years. Yixing, I heard from Queen Lanqin that you have met the Black Tiger King. The Black Tiger King has confirmed that you are the Fiend Star of Chaos. Is that right? The Dayuan dynasty is holding the Heavenly Capital selection just to find me. Then you still dare to participate in the genius selection? What if the Dayuan dynasty finds out? Don't worry. If the Dayuan dynasty cannot confirm it, they will not make a move on me. They have spent so much effort to hold 3 genius selections. Why would they make a move just because of a little guess? If they kill the wrong person, wouldn't it be a waste of their effort? They will definitely wait until the 3rd genius election to confirm who is the Fiend Star of Chaos before making a move. Chapter 503. Then after the 3rd genius election, won't your life be in danger? Wei Qingxuan's tone was worried. Since Brother He Biao dares to let me participate in the 3rd selection, he'll definitely be able to protect my life. I trust him. brother Heibiao? Wei Qingxian was speechless. Heibiao King was a 3-star king and the strongest king in the Dark Star sect. How's Marquis Zishan doing? Wei Qingxian changed the topic. After being taken away by Princess Lanqin, she hadn't heard any news from the Qingyun region. She wondered how her old friends were doing. He's doing well. I've already found the resurrection pill and healed his legs. Furthermore, he's already broken through the astral realm and become an enlightened master. Yi Xing replied honestly. However, the tone of his voice suddenly changed. But, the Spirit Moon sect isn't doing well. What happened to the Spirit Moon sect? The Daiyuan dynasty's experts destroyed the Spirit Moon sect. What? Wei Qingxuan's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with shock. She almost cried out. Although she hadn't been in the Spirit Moon sect for long, she had broken through to the astral vortex realm there and awakened her first memory. Moreover, her master, enlightened Master Yenyue, had been very good to her. Enlightened Master Yenyue's image was still fresh in her mind. Wei Qingxian couldn't believe that the Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed. Don't reveal any flaws. Yi Xing immediately transmitted his voice. Although the cultivators who hadn't gone to the Enlightenment platform had all left and those on the platform were comprehending martial arts, Wei Qingxuan's strange expression could still be seen by others. Wei Qingxian immediately retracted her expression, but her tone was a little bleak. I'm the one who destroyed the Spirit Moon sect. The Daiyuan Empire is too ruthless. It has nothing to do with you. I have never offended the Daiyuan Empire. However, the Daiyuan Empire is racking their brains to find me. If they know of my whereabouts, they will also destroy the Meteor sect. At this point, Yi Xing's heart shook. Only now did he realize that if his identity was completely exposed during the third selection, the Falling Star sect and even the Ye family might be harmed by the Daiyuan dynasty. It seemed like both the Ye family and the Falling Star sect had to move to another place to avoid the Daiyuan dynasty. One day, I will exact vengeance for the Spirit Moon sect from the Daiyuan dynasty. Wei Qingxuan's tone was firm and resolute. What about the Wei clan of Tianzang City? Did they suffer any casualties? Wei Qingxian continued to ask. Although she was the reincarnation of a powerful being, her past life was her most important experience as she recovered her consciousness. However, she was born in the Wei clan of Tianzang City in this life. She was indebted to the Wei clan for giving birth to her, so she valued the Wei clan more than the Spirit Moon sect. Because of Wei Qingxian, the Wei clan was taken care of by Hua Tianfeng in Tianzang City and developed well. However, Wei Qingxian was not in the Falling Star sect but in the Spirit Moon sect. Therefore, Hua Tianfeng did not take care of the Wei clan as much as the Ye family. Their development was slightly worse than the Ye family's. Yi Xing replied, the Wei clan is doing well. You don't have to worry. I've been away from home for almost 3 years. I wonder how my parents and sister are doing. Yi Xing, I'll go with you when you go back this time. How can you do that? You're now the genius of the Blood Edge Empire, Zi Xian. What if the Great Yuan dynasty finds out that you're Wei Qingxian from the Spirit Moon sect? I'll go as Zi Xian. It's fine. Hee hee. Zi Xian fell in love with you at first sight. It's normal for you to bring your girlfriend back. When we reach I'll secretly go back to the Wei clan and meet with my parents and sister. I won't let anyone know. Alright, that works too. Their gazes met and they smiled faintly. The tenderness in their eyes deepened. After looking at each other for a moment, Yi Xing said, alright, it's rare for you to be on the Star Observatory Enlightenment platform. Don't just talk. Make the best use of your time to comprehend martial arts. Yi Xing took out several formation flags and placed them around the Star Observatory Enlightenment platform. It was forbidden to be disturbed when one was observing the stars and comprehending the Tao. Therefore, the formation was used to protect the surroundings. As for the Enlightenment platform, only Yixing and Wei Qingxian could trust each other. Naturally, they could comprehend the Tao in peace. The two closed their eyes and calmed their minds. They merged with the aura of the Enlightenment platform. Soon, their minds were affected by the Enlightenment platform and they arrived in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there were countless stars in all directions. It was vast and boundless. These stars were not static but were moving. Yixing observed the movement of the stars and found that they were extremely mysterious and profound. They contained a supreme Tao that was difficult to describe with words. As long as one could sense a trace of this Tao, it would have a great effect on any martial arts. The changes of the stars in the universe contained the Tao of heaven and earth. Martial arts were also derived from the Tao. The changes of the stars in the universe were the origin of martial arts. If one could sense it, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. They would have a unique understanding of martial arts. Yixing silently observed the changes of the stars. His mind in the starry sky involuntarily moved as he cultivated the flaming dipper fist. Yixing cultivated over and over again. He was affected by the Tao of the changes of the stars in the universe. Every time he cultivated, he would have a different understanding and his attainments would become higher and higher. After practicing for an unknown number of times, Yixing's flaming dipper fist finally had a qualitative breakthrough. When Yixing executed it, it reached perfection. Not only did its power increase, but it also gave him an extremely comfortable feeling when he executed it. Furthermore, when Yixing executed the flaming dipper fist, he was no longer restricted to the moves. He could change the moves at will at any time. Different moves could be linked together without any feeling of disharmony. Sometimes, there was even no need to execute the moves of the flaming dipper fist. The dipper fist that was blasted out had the same effect as the ultimate move of the flaming dipper fist. This was the realm where no move was better than a move. It was also the perfection realm of martial arts. At this point, martial arts were no longer just moves, but a kind of comprehension. After comprehending it, one only needed to circulate the dipper fist's basic moves in the body. Then, a casual strike would have the power of an ultimate move. After cultivating the flaming dipper fist to the perfection realm, Yixing switched to cultivating the flaming sun spear art. In the starry sky, Yixing raised his hand and a treasured spear appeared. He executed the flaming sun spear art move after move. Just like the flaming dipper fist, Yixing's flaming sun spear art's attainments rose steadily under the Tao of the revolutions of the stars in the universe. Yixing repeated the moves over and over again. However, his gains were constantly accumulating and his attainments were becoming more and more profound. Finally, after thousands of times of execution, the flaming sun spear art had also broken through the perfection realm and reached a realm that other warriors would never be able to reach in their lifetime, the perfection realm. The two upper spiritual martial force had both reached the transformation stage. Their power was no less than the great success stage of the spiritual martial force. They were even smoother and more flexible when they were used. In terms of combat power, they were even more powerful than the great success stage of the spiritual martial force. Chapter 504. After cultivating the Sunfire Spear art to the transformative stage, Yixing continued to cultivate the Fiery Arrow art in the cosmos. However, he did not cultivate for long before his mind withdrew from the cosmos. Opposite him, Wei Qingxian also opened her eyes and also withdrew from the cosmos. The other martial artists on the Enlightenment platforms did the same. The stargazing Enlightenment platforms did not appear for an unlimited period of time. It was only for 7 days. Cultivating martial arts with one's mind in the cosmos, it was difficult to sense the passage of time. It turned out that 7 days had already passed. All the martial artists had joyful looks on their faces. Clearly, they had all gained something. Yixing and Wei Qingxuan's stomachs were growling. Although perfected persons had already started fasting, just the energy in their bodies could last for a month or two without eating or drinking. However, after a long time, they would still feel hungry. 7 days was already not a short time. The other martial artists all felt hungry. All the martial artists had food in their storage rings. Next, they should find a place to eat. Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian and smiled. You must be hungry. I still have some good ingredients on hand. Come and eat roasted meat with me. Wei Qingxian nodded. Okay. On the number 1 enlightenment platform, Mo Tong's gaze had long locked onto Yixing and Wei Qingxian. Seeing that Wei Qingxian agreed to eat roasted meat with Yixing, Mo Tong, who was already incomparably jealous, burned with jealousy. The stargazing enlightenment platforms were sinking into the ground. Mo Tong leaped up from the number 1 enlightenment platform. A supreme-grade flying spirit artifact appeared behind him as he flew towards Yixing and Wei Qingxian. There was another person who was even faster than Mo Tong and shot out from the number 5 enlightenment platform. It was the Heavenly Eagle Empire's junior genius, Ing Xiangyang. Ing Xiangyang was originally a rising star, but during the competition, he defeated many geniuses in one fell swoop and rushed into the top 10. He was ranked 5th, and his strength was unparalleled. When they had first entered the divine continent mystic realm, Ing Xiangyang had chased after Yi Tianhe. In the end, Yi Tianhe had managed to escape. When they had reached the vicinity of the stargazing enlightenment platform, Ing Xiangyang had made Yixing his next target. He had decided to strike when the stargazing enlightenment platform disappeared. Now that the stargazing enlightenment platform was about to sink into the ground, Ing Xiangyang immediately rushed toward Yixing. Brat Yi, take this. While he was in the air, Ing Xiangyang let out a loud shout. A supreme-grade spirit spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward. The astral spear transformed into a huge eagle. Its wings spread out over 10 zhang, covering the sky and covering the sun. It contained a peerless and terrifying power as it pounced towards Yixing. From afar, a violent gust of wind blew over, its power shocking the heavens. Yixing stood up, the dragon blood spear appearing in his hand. He used the sun flame spear technique of the transformative stage. The tip of the spear shone brightly, like the blazing sun. It burst out, a scorching aura covering the sky and the earth. The air waves rolled back and collided violently with the astral spear technique. Boom! The 2 astral spears exploded into fragments of astral chi. The spear techniques of the 2 supreme-grade spirit spears collided with a crisp clang. Yixing's body was like a mountain, unmoving. He did not move at all. Ing Xiangyang, on the other hand, was shocked. He flipped backward and landed on the ground, taking 3 steps back. Ing Xiangyang was surprised. On the enlightenment platform, he had improved his attainment of the astral spear technique. It had far surpassed the initial stage and was about to break through to the greater stage. However, he had been forced back by Yixing's upper-grade spirit spear technique. Ing Xiangyang could not believe this. Yixing and Wei Qingxian jumped down from the enlightenment platform. Yixing walked forward and shouted loudly, "Who are the rascals that want to harm me? Come out. All of you come at me together, so that I don't have to attack multiple times. It's troublesome." As he spoke, Yixing's gaze swept across Mo Tong and Ing Zhangkong. Mo Tong was number 1 among the top 10 prodigies and Ing Zhangkong was number 3. The former had wanted to kill Yixing because of Wei Qingxian. The latter wanted to help because Ing Xiangyang had been forced back by Yixing. Yixing's words shocked all the warriors present. Even Wei Qingxian, who was behind him, was no exception. Yixing was implying that Mo Tong, Ing Zhangkong and Ing Xiangyang should come at him together. He called them rascals. Could he be any more heaven-defying? Which of the top 10 prodigies was not powerful? Especially the top 5. They were at least the top of the 7-star venerables. The number 1 was the top of the 7-star venerables. If the number 1, number 3 and number 5 prodigies worked together, how terrifying would their strength be? Even an 8-star venerables would not dare to underestimate them. However, from Yixing's tone, it seemed that he did not put Mo Tong, Ing Zhongkong and Ing Xiangyang in his eyes. He did not care if the three of them worked together. Yixing's contempt made Mo Tong, Ing Zhongkong and Ing Xiangyang furious. The three of them wanted to work together against Yixing? To the three of them, this was an insult. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Ing Xiangyang had used his astrology. It was a hurricane star, an extreme astrology. To deal with a country bumpkin like you, I, Ing Xiangyang, am enough. There is no need for the three of us to work together. Ing Xiangyang shouted. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared, turning into a series of afterimages. Ing Xiangyang's movement technique was extremely fast. His comprehension of the grand force of wind had also reached the minute subtlety realm. Moreover, his extreme hurricane astrology greatly increased his speed. This allowed Ing Xiangyang's speed to reach a shocking level. Even the 7-star venerables would find it difficult to see his figure clearly. Ing Xiangyang moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he changed positions several times. He circled around Yixing, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, a flying eagle spear appeared and pierced towards Yixing. It was so fast that all the spectating warriors cried out in alarm. Yixing didn't even use his astrology. His body didn't move at all. He only activated the flame shield array flag. In an instant, the flame shield array appeared around him. With a boom, the flying eagle spear pierced the flame shield array and shattered. However, it couldn't shake the flame shield array at all. Level 3 Greater Success Defensive Array. Level 3 Array Grandmaster. All the warriors cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. They never expected that Yixing, who was only a 5-star venerable, would be a level 3 Array Grandmaster. How powerful was a level 3 Array Grandmaster? If he had both defensive and offensive array flags, even the 9-star venerables would find it difficult to fight against him. Ding ding ding, Yixing didn't move at all. He allowed Ing Xiangyang to attack. The supreme grade spirit weapon spear pierced the flame shield array, causing sparks to fly and crisp sounds to ring out. However, it couldn't break through the flame shield array's defense. Ing Xiangyang's attack couldn't break through the flame shield array's defense at all. Yixing didn't move at all. He only needed to maintain the array's defense. Even if Ing Xiangyang attacked until he was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yixing. Chapter 505. Ding ding ding, ding 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 ding, Ing Xiangyang's attack speed was very fast. Seeing that Yixing was only using the defensive array, he attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, no matter how ferocious his attack was, it was still ineffective against the level 3 defensive formation. After all, Ing Xiangyang's attack power was not stronger than a venerable 7 stars. As for Yixing's flaming shield array, even a venerable 9-star would not be able to break it in a short time. Brother Chongkong! Ing Xiangyang shouted loudly. He knew that he could not break Yixing's flaming shield array. Continuing to attack would be futile. However, he did not want to stop and become a laughing stock. Therefore, he asked Ing Chongkong for help to break Yixing's array and defeat Yixing. The defensive power of a level 3 defensive array was indeed strong. However, it was not made up of array bases but array flags. The array flags were directly controlled by the array master. Therefore, when the array formed by the array flags was attacked, the array master would also be affected to a certain extent. Ing Xiangyang did not believe that Yixing could withstand his and Ing Chongkong's combined attack. Ing Zhongkong wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Mo Tong and transmitted his voice, "This brat has a defensive formation. Only if we attack together will we have a chance to break through his defensive formation. He has already provoked the three of us to join forces. If we don't take care of him this time, we will definitely lose face." Mo Tong's eyes narrowed. With his arrogance, he did not want to join forces with Ing Chongkong and Ing Xiangyang to deal with Yixing. However, Yixing had the flaming shield array. If he did not join forces with Ing Chongkong and Ing Xiangyang, he would not be able to break the array's defense alone. He would not be able to do anything to Yixing. Yixing had already declared that the three of them would attack together. If they couldn't do anything to Yixing and could only leave with their tails between their legs, how shameful would that be? Mo Tong's eyes flashed as he made a decision. He nodded at Ing Chongkong. Fierce blood claw. Flying eagle spear technique. In an instant, Mo Tong and Ing Zhongkong both attacked at the same time. They unleashed their supreme-grade spiritual martial force and attacked Yixing fiercely. The number 1, number 3, and number 5 geniuses of the 10 great prodigies joined forces to attack. The scene was spectacular, and the power of their attacks was terrifying. Even an 8-star venerable master would have to be wary of such a terrifying attack. However, Yixing only activated the Flame Shield Dipper array flags, and the Flame Shield Dipper array flags surrounded him, blocking all 3 attacks. Yixing's attainments in formations and Yixing's endurance exceeded the expectations of Mo Tong and the others. Under their joint attacks, Yixing's expression remained the same, as if he did not feel any pressure at all. Yixing's gaze swept around, landing on the other martial artists, and he said, "Is there still anyone interested in this Yi? All attack together. This Yi will settle it all in one go." All the martial artists retreated. What a joke. Even Mo Tong, Ing Zhongkong, and Ing Xiangyang could not do anything to Yixing when they joined forces. Who else would dare to attack? Even Yi Wuyan was full of fear when he looked at Yixing. He recalled that before the genius election, he had used the fire momentum to provoke Yixing. Yi Wuyan was a little nervous. Soon, a few breaths of time passed. Mo Tong and the others attacked quickly and fiercely. Explosions sounded continuously, but they could not break through the defense of the Flame Shield Dipper array. Yixing smiled coldly and said, "It seems that no one else will attack. The performance of you 3 rascals is over." As he spoke, Yixing waved his hand, and a few more array flags appeared. Each array flag was engraved with patterns of flowers and trees. They were the array flags of the Green Wood Sword array. The array flags scattered in all directions and instantly expanded, revealing a terrifying and dangerous aura. Swoosh! 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 The array flags shone brightly and countless green wood sword chi slashed out. They were densely packed and slashed towards Mo Tong and the others. These green wood sword chi could easily kill an 8-star venerable. Even a 9-star venerable would find it difficult to resist. The danger of the aura, the sharpness of the sword chi, and the power of the sword chi were extremely terrifying to Mo Tong and the others. Mo Tong, Ing Zhongkong, and Ing Xiangyang all cried out in horror. Their faces changed and they did not dare to continue attacking. They quickly retreated. The 3 of them were as fast as lightning, but the Greenwood Sword Chi's attack was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the dense Greenwood Sword Chi had surrounded the 3 of them. The sharp aura was like a sharp blade cutting into their bodies, causing them to tremble. The densely packed Greenwood Sword Chi did not completely descend. Instead, it stopped around the 3 of them, remaining still in the void. Otherwise, the 3 of them would surely be sliced into pieces by the Greenwood Sword Chi. Although the Greenwood Sword Chi did not fall, under the sharp aura, the 3 of them were drenched in cold sweat and did not dare to move. In the distance, the martial artists watching the battle were also dumbfounded. They held their breaths and looked at the scene before them in shock. Yixing's voice rang out. "Don't think that you are strong. You so-called geniuses are just clay chickens and pottery dogs in my eyes. You cannot withstand a single blow. I can kill you with a raise of my hand." Mo Tong was drenched in cold sweat. He suppressed the fear in his heart and said, don't you dare touch a single hair on our heads. Once you leave the divine continent mystic realm, you will die without a grave. Yixing waved his hand and put away the greenwood sword formation and the fire shield dipper array flags. The sky full of greenwood sword chi dissipated. Yixing turned and did not look at Mo Tong and the others. He walked towards Wei Qingxian and said, "You are right. I don't dare. However, if someone thinks that his life is too long and wants to die, I don't mind sending him to the Yellow Springs." After saying this, Yixing had already walked to Wei Qingxian and said, "Zishuan, let's go." Wei Qingxian nodded. Supreme-grade flying spiritual treasures appeared behind the two of them at the same time. They soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Mo Tong, Ing Zhongkong, and Ing Xiangyang's faces were gloomy and incomparably ashen. Mo Tong slammed his palm on the ground, creating a huge crater with a loud bang. The three of them were all geniuses, but today, they had been called worthless by Yixing. They were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. How could they take it? Their resentment was overflowing. But more than that, they felt ashamed. There were many martial artists in the distance who had seen their wretched state. This made them lose all face and their faces burn. With a cold snort, the three of them activated their supreme-grade flying spiritual treasures and soared into the sky, leaving this place. At this moment, they did not have the face to stay with the other martial artists. The remaining martial artists had different expressions and left one after another. The stargazing enlightenment platform had long sunk into the ground. There was nothing left here. Chapter 501, Some Changes. Yixing has devoured Shang Buqiuan's destiny and evolved from a 9-star yellow fate to a 5-star green fate. 8 updates in 2 days. Begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 506. Smells so good. Yixing was roasting the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. Wei Qingxian smelled the aroma, and her appetite was whetted, her face filled with intoxication. Such a superb ingredient was hard to come by. Even the Black Biao King would fall in love with it. This was the first time Wei Qingxian had smelled such a delicious aroma. Yixing was already used to the aroma of the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. He was no longer amazed by the aroma, but his mouth was still watering, and his appetite was raring to go. Very quickly, the tender meat of the crystal fire beast was roasted by Yixing to a golden yellow color. Yixing and Wei Qingxian ate to their heart's content. The superb delicacies entered their stomachs, and the two of them were in a good mood. After finishing the tender meat of the crystal fire beast, Yixing asked, "Do you have any places to go next?" In the divine continent mystery realm, the extreme north has endless ice, and the extreme south has endless flames. I plan to make a trip to the extreme north to comprehend the ice force, Wei Qingxian said. There is such a place in the divine continent mystery realm? Yixing was surprised. He did not know much about the divine continent mystery realm. Wei Qingxian nodded. I see that you are using a fire-type martial art, and the force of heaven and earth you are using is also the force of fire. You should go to the extreme south. The flames there contain an extremely high force of fire. Yixing said, "All right, I will go to the extreme south." The two parted ways. One headed north, the other south. Yixing activated the wings of clear sky, and his speed was extremely fast. In a little more than a day, he had arrived at the extreme south of the divine continent mystery realm. What entered his eyes was a sea of fire. It was endless. Yixing looked into the distance. He could see more than 100 li, but he could not see the end of the sea of fire. What a strong fire aura. This seems to be the fire of the stars from beyond the heavens? Yixing mumbled as he felt the fire aura in front of him. Yixing was extremely sensitive to the presence of star flames. He had encountered them both in the falling star mystical ground and the Qingyun ancient land. The astral fire could be absorbed by the astral fire seed, and it could also increase one's comprehension of the force of fire. Yixing confirmed that the sea of fire in front of him was the astral fire seed, and an excited smile appeared on his face. In the Qingyun ancient land, Yixing had devoured the star fire from outer space. Not only did it greatly increase the level of his star fire seed, but it also increased the power of his fire celestial aspect to the limit of a high-grade celestial aspect. If he took another step forward, wouldn't his flame astrology have a qualitative breakthrough and become an extreme-grade astrology? The power of an extreme-grade astral form was far superior to that of a superior-grade astral form. If the flame astral form was upgraded, it would greatly increase Yixing's strength. Whoosh! Yixing rushed into the sea of fire in front of him. Using the force of fire, Yixing's body burned with a translucent flame of nothingness, preventing Yixing from being harmed by the flames. Yixing walked through the sea of fire for more than 100 miles before he stopped and sat on the ground. This sea of fire was enough to burn any martial artist below the honorable realm to death. Even an honorable realm martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. However, Yixing's comprehension of the force of fire was too high. It was close to the great accomplishment stage. Ordinary honorable realm martial artists would not be able to reach this level. Therefore, Yixing could use the force of fire to defend himself against the flames in the sea of fire. Black hole astral form. Astral fire seed. Yixing used both methods at the same time. He activated the black hole astral form to absorb the power of the flames, and at the same time, he also activated the astral fire seed to absorb the power of the flames and increase the grade of the astral fire seed. Yixing's black hole astral vortex also spun rapidly, producing a devouring force that increased the speed at which the astral fire seed absorbed the power of the flames. In the depths of the sea of fire, the flames revolved around Yixing like a tornado. The flames in all directions were affected by the black hole astral form and the astral fire seed. They gathered with Yixing as the center. Every moment, there was a huge amount of power of the flames being devoured and absorbed by Yixing. The sea of fire in the divine continent mystery realm stretched for hundreds of miles. However, under Yixing's devouring and absorption, the edges of the sea of fire were gradually shrinking. It was clear that its volume was decreasing. In the space between Yixing's eyebrows, the flame astral form was extremely small compared to the black hole astral form and the Sagittarius constellation. It was located at the edge of the space between his eyebrows. However, as the black hole astral form continued to devour the power of the flames, the aura of Yixing's flame astral form was gradually increasing. At the same time, its volume was also increasing. It was slowly moving towards the center of the space between his eyebrows. Finally, at a certain point, when the flame astral form had increased to the size of a fist, it suddenly moved a huge distance towards the center. Its aura also increased tremendously. The flame astral form had been raised to the pinnacle level, and its power had increased tremendously. However, the pinnacle level flame astral form still could not be compared to the pinnacle level black hole astral form and the Sagittarius constellation. However, its position was at least much stronger than the pinnacle level flame astral form. It was no longer at the edge of the space between his eyebrows. When the flame astral form was raised to the pinnacle level, the speed at which the black hole astral form devoured the power of the flames did not decrease. It continued to absorb the essence of the flames and strengthen the flame astral form. The pinnacle level astral form was still far from the pinnacle level of the astral form. There was still a lot of room for improvement. After absorbing the power of the flames, the star fire seed in the Dantian star vortex was gradually growing bigger. Its quality was slowly increasing, and the intensity of the flames it contained was getting higher and higher. Time passed day by day. After 3 days, Yixing stopped the black hole astral form's devouring. His flame astral form had already been consolidated to the extreme. The quality of the flames here could no longer strengthen it. The star fire seed had obviously absorbed more power of the flames than the flame astral form. After 3 days, it was still continuously absorbing. On the fifth day, Yixing sensed a horrifying aura erupting from the star vortex in his dantian. The star fire seed had shown a qualitative improvement, and contained an appalling power of the flames. Yixing activated the star fire seed, and a wisp of flame spread out. Yixing scanned the power of this wisp of flame, and found that it was not inferior to the flames in the sea of flames outside his body. The flames in the sea of flames could burn any warrior below the venerable realm to death. Moreover, even ordinary venerables would not be able to withstand it. From this, it could be seen that the grade of the star fire seed had reached. If it had to be ranked, it should be comparable to astral reaching realm venerables. The intensity of the flames it contained had almost reached the level of killing venerables. After the qualitative improvement of the star fire seed, Yixing felt that if he continued to absorb the power of the flames, the growth of the star fire seed had already slowed down. It seemed that the intensity of the flames here could only make the star fire seed's power reach the level of ordinary venerables. Yixing continued to absorb for a few more days. When the quality of the star fire seed had reached the limit and could no longer be improved, Yixing stopped. At this time, the sea of flames in a radius of several hundred li had shrunk by a large circle. The flame astral form had reached the pinnacle level. The star fire seed had a qualitative breakthrough, and its power was comparable to that of ordinary venerables. Moreover, Yixing's comprehension of the grand momentum of fire had also increased. He had broken through the limits of the minute's subtlety realm, and reached the level of unity of man and nature. Chapter 507. The divine continent mystic realm would only open for a month. Once the time was up, all the martial artists in the mystic realm would be attracted by a force and transported out of the mystic realm. A total of 1,590 martial artists of the younger generation had entered the mystic realm. However, the number of martial artists of the younger generation that came out was much smaller. There were only about 1,200 of them left. More than 300 martial artists of the younger generation had perished in the mystic realm. These martial artists of the younger generation were the elites of their respective domains, the geniuses of the Golden Age. Many of the younger geniuses of certain domains had perished, which was a huge loss. Among them, the ancient Shang region had suffered the greatest loss. Among the younger geniuses of the ancient Shang Empire, the top three, Shang Buchuan, Shang Zian, and Shang Yuelan, had all perished in the mystic realm and never returned. Who is it? Who killed the younger geniuses of my ancient Shang Empire? Shang Yuanji, the emperor of the ancient Shang Empire, clenched his fists and roared in his heart. The eyes of the honorable Shang Yuanji flashed across some of the younger geniuses. He was certain that if there was a murderer, it had to be one of them. However, he could not be sure who it was. The martial artists of the younger generation returned to their respective places. On the highest floor of the pavilion, Meng Yuansheng quickly received information about the martial artist with the surname Yi. Yi Tianhe had fled the crowd after entering the mystic realm. Ying Xiangyang had chased after him to no avail. When he came out of the mystic realm, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Star Dipper realm. Based on his ability to challenge those of a higher level, his strength was already at the elite level. Yixing had entered the mystic realm and defeated the eliminated elite, Bei Gong Yidao. After that, he had defeated the 6th elite, Wu Yuanzheng, on the stargazing Dao observation platform. After comprehending the Dao through stargazing, he had defeated Mo Tong, Ying Changkong, and Ying Xiangyang, who were ranked 1st, 3rd, and 5th, respectively, with his greater mastery of a level 3 array. The performances of Yixing and Yi Tianhe were the most suspicious of Meng Yuansheng. Meng Yuansheng pondered for a while before instructing, "Bring Yixing and Yi Tianhe to see me." Honorable Mo Jian accepted the order and left. Yi Tianhe was the first to be brought to the highest floor of the pavilion. Facing the supremacies, venerables, and even monarch Meng Yuansheng, Yi Tianhe was very nervous. He could sense that the auras of these people were terrifyingly powerful. Meng Yuansheng opened his third eye and sized up Yi Tianhe. You were born in a low-grade empire and are already a 5-star venerable at the age of 20. You have the combat power of a 7-star venerable, far surpassing the younger generation of a high-grade empire. Why? Yi Tianhe did not know the identity of Meng Yuansheng, but he knew that the person sitting on the main seat must have a high status. Yi Tianhe took a deep breath and said, because I had some fortuitous encounters. Meng Yuansheng's tone was unquestionable. Speak. Everyone's fate and fortune were their own secrets. However, Yi Tianhe could not keep his own secret. Being born in the royal family of a lower-rank empire was a noble identity compared to the cultivators of the lower-rank empire. However, it was nothing compared to the experts on the highest floor of the pavilion. Yi Tianhe did not dare not answer Meng Yuansheng's question. Yi Tianhe said, "When I was 17 years old, I had a fortuitous encounter in an ancient relic. I obtained the inheritance of a venerable one and a fruit as red as blood. After eating the fruit, my talent changed, and I was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort no matter what martial arts I practiced. Moreover, my cultivation was smooth sailing, and success came naturally when the conditions were right. A blood-red fruit that could change a martialist's talent?" Meng Yuansheng, the supremacies, and the other supremacies were all astonished. This was a legendary treasure. The legendary destiny fruit could change a martialist's destiny. However, this was only a legend. It was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Meng Yuansheng asked, "Did your destiny change?" Yi Tianhe said, "My destiny was originally a 6-star yellow destiny. After eating that blood-red fruit, it became a 9-star green destiny. A 9-star green destiny meant that one could become a 9-star supremacy or even a half-step monarch as long as there was a cultivation technique inheritance. It was the highest destiny below the monarch destiny." Meng Yuansheng did not care much about a 9-star green destiny, but the supremacies and venerables present were all shocked. Among them, the highest destiny was only a 7-star green destiny, which was far from a 9-star green destiny. Meng Yuansheng frowned and said, "Hand over your storage ring." Yi Tianhe's expression changed. "This. Sir." Meng Yuansheng's expression froze. "Why? Do you dare refuse?" A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Yi Tianhe, causing him to break out in cold sweat. "I dare not. I dare not," Yi Tianhe hurriedly said as he handed over his storage ring. Meng Yuansheng grabbed Yi Tianhe's storage ring and used his mind power to check the storage ring one by one. After a short while, Meng Yuansheng threw the storage ring back and said, "You have obtained a lot of good things. However, they are still not up to my standards." Meng Yuansheng waved his hand and dismissed Yi Tianhe. After Yi Tianhe left, Yi Xing was brought to the highest floor of the pavilion by Mo Jian. Just like when he had interrogated Yi Tianhe, Meng Yuansheng first opened his third eye and carefully observed Yi Xing. Yi Xing was shocked. He felt as though Meng Yuansheng's gaze could see through his body. It was extremely terrifying. "Fire seed?" Meng Yuansheng's expression suddenly changed and he made a grabbing motion. The star fire seed in Yi Xing's Dantian star vortex was instantly attracted by a terrifying force and flew out, landing in Meng Yuansheng's hand. Yi Xing was furious. Meng Yuansheng had snatched away his fire seed without asking any questions. This was his greatest treasure. However, even though he was angry, Yi Xing was helpless. Meng Yuansheng was so young, but his status was higher than Mo Jian's. Yi Xing could easily guess his origin. He was definitely someone from the Great Yuan dynasty or even the Meng clan. The star fire seed could burn an ordinary supremacy to death. This was one of Yi Xing's trump cards. If it was a close combat battle, he could directly hug a supremacy and use the defense of his Scarlet Flame set to ignite the star fire seed to burn a supremacy to death. Such a terrifying star fire seed was like a toy in Meng Yuansheng's hands. It couldn't hurt him at all. Meng Yuansheng clenched his fist and grabbed the star fire seed. In an instant, Yixing lost his connection with the star fire seed. Meng Yuancheng said, "You are not qualified to possess a treasure like the star fire seed. It will definitely bring you a fatal disaster if you keep it. I will keep it for you first." After saying that, Meng Yuancheng stared at Yixing intently. "Why? Are you not happy that I am keeping it for you?" Chapter 508. Yixing's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Yuancheng refer to himself as a monarch. Although he knew that this young man had an extraordinary background, he had not expected him to be a monarch. However, regardless of who Meng Yuancheng was, his cultivation base, and his status, Yixing was naturally unhappy that he had snatched his star fire seed. However, Yixing did not have the qualifications to compete with Meng Yuancheng at this moment. Even if he was unhappy, he could only endure it. Yixing said, "I would be happy if a monarch is willing to keep it for me." The corners of Meng Yuancheng's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he kept the star fire seed in his body. "Yixing, you are a junior from the lower region and come from the most ordinary martial arts family. You are not even 20 years old, yet you have already reached the 5th level of the Star Dipper realm, the combat strength of a 7-star venerable, and you have also become a level 3 array grandmaster. Why? What opportunities did you encounter? Tell me in detail so that I can answer your questions." Yixing suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "My heavenly fate is uncertain. I was very ordinary before the age of 16. However, when I was 16, my bloodline awakened and I was met by a traveling venerable. That venerable taught me and led me on the path of martial arts. However, that venerable was very elusive and would only occasionally come to meet me and teach me. The rest of the time, I struggled." After that, Yixing recounted most of his experiences in detail. Yixing's real secret was his super brain, the Sagittarius constellation, and the Black Hole constellation. Of course, he did not mention a word about these things. Yixing spoke about the star fire seed he had obtained in the fallen star secret realm, the array formation inheritance of Venerable Qing Yun in the Qingyun ancient land, and the treasure of Venerable Qi Yen in the Sky Corpse mountain range. In particular, there was a perfect explanation for Yixing's high cultivation base. It was because he had obtained a large number of corpse jades in Venerable Qi Yan's burial ground. Furthermore, he had refined the death aura in the corpse jades through the star fire seed, allowing him to constantly absorb corpse jades to improve his cultivation base. After listening to Yixing's account, Meng Yuancheng tapped his fingers on the armrest next to his chair and stared at Yixing silently. It was not difficult to sense the hidden killing intent in Meng Yuancheng's eyes. After listening to Yixing's experiences, Meng Yuancheng realized that he was even more mysterious than Yi Tianhe. After all, Yi Tianhe had already become a star 3 years ago, while Yixing had been a star dipper. Meng Yuancheng was very suspicious of Yixing but couldn't be sure. Be or not. Meng Yuancheng thought to himself. Yixing's super brain was very powerful. Although he was nervous, his expression remained calm. Since He Biao had allowed him to participate in the genius selection, he believed that He Biao would not die there. Indeed, He Biao was watching from somewhere. He had already determined that Yixing was the demon star of troubled times and was a key figure in overthrowing the great Yuan dynasty. Of course, he would not let Yixing die. If Meng Yuancheng dared to make a move, Yixing's identity as the demon star of troubled times would be exposed. Then, He Biao would draw his sword against the great Yuan dynasty and kill Meng Yuancheng, the crown prince of the great Yuan dynasty. After a while, Meng Yuancheng asked, "Who is the venerate who nurtured you?" Yixing replied, "It's Venerable Chen Yu of the Qingyu Empire." Meng Yuancheng instructed Mo Jian, "Bring this person over." Very soon, the emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Yu Qinyue, was brought to the highest floor of the pavilion by Mo Jian. Venerable Chen Yu and Yixing had already exchanged statements. When Meng Yuancheng questioned them, both of their answers were flawless. This eased Meng Yuancheng's suspicions a little. "Forget it. State Preceptor Sikong said that the demon star of troubled times this time could really shake the foundation of our dynasty. It doesn't matter if we kill the wrong person, but if the real demon star of troubled times is alerted and escapes this calamity, the gains would not make up for the losses. Anyway, as long as the demon star of troubled times attends the third genius election, his identity will definitely be exposed. When the time comes, we can kill him to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Meng Yuansheng thought to himself as he waved Yixing and Venerable Chen Yu away. Yixing. Mo Jian called out to Yixing before turning to Meng Yuansheng. Yuan Sage Monarch, Yixing has outstanding talent and is already a level 3 array grandmaster at such a young age. Can I recommend him to the Xiaofan Empire for grooming? The great Yuan dynasty's search for the demon star of troubled times had not been announced to the world. The Dark Star sect only knew about this because they had channels of information and experts who were proficient in divination techniques. Therefore, logically speaking, besides the great Yuan dynasty, the other factions should not know about the search for the demon star of troubled times. Therefore, even though Meng Yuansheng had called Yixing and Yi Tianhe over for questioning, the martialists of the Xiaofan Empire, the Black Crow Emperor, and the Sky Eagle Empire did not know about Meng Yuansheng's intentions. It was reasonable for Mo Jian to recommend Yixing to the Xiaofan Empire for grooming after seeing his outstanding talent. However, Yixing knew very well that the Dark Star sect had arranged for Wei Qingxian to stay in the Xiaofan Empire. The Xiaofan Empire and the Dark Star sect probably had a very deep relationship. Therefore, as a core member of the upper echelons of the Xiaofan Empire, Mo Jian should know a lot of things. Even though he wanted to recommend Luo Yunyang to the Xiaofan Empire in front of Meng Yuansheng, it might seem like he thought highly of Luo Yunyang's talent, but there was probably another reason behind it. The reason he did this in front of Meng Yuansheng was to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Meng Yuansheng had investigated Yixing and obtained Yixing's star fire seed. If Mo Jian recommended Yixing to the Xiaofan Empire behind Meng Yuansheng's back, Meng Yuansheng might not be happy about it. Meng Yuansheng nodded. Mo Jian looked at Yixing and said, Yixing, are you willing to study in the Xiaofan Empire's capital college? Wei Qingxian was studying in the capital college of the Xiaofan Empire. Mo Jian's invitation was most likely He Biao's idea. Therefore, Yixing naturally wouldn't refuse. I'm willing. Mo Jian smiled and waved his hand. You may leave first. Follow the younger generation of the Xiaofan Empire and return to the Xiaofan Empire. After leaving the pavilion, Venerable Chen Yu and Yixing heaved sighs of relief. Since Meng Yuansheng had asked so many questions and had even called Venerable Chen Yu over, it was clear that he was very suspicious of Yixing. Although Yixing was relieved, his anger didn't die down. Even a monarch would covet the star fire seed. It's obviously a priceless treasure, yet he snatched it away for no reason. Humph. Today, you are a monarch, while I am merely a 5-star venerable. You snatched my treasure, and I was powerless to resist. However, one day, I will reach the peak of the martial path in the Star Continent. Even a monarch will be beneath my feet and the great Yuan dynasty will be overthrown. What belongs to me will eventually belong to me, and you will pay the price with your life. Monthly votes are too pitiful. I beg for monthly votes in tears. Chapter 509. Yixing was actually going to study in the Blood Edge Empire's Royal College instead of returning with the True Xian Domain martial artists. This shocked the True Xian Domain martial artists. However, considering Yixing's performance in the Genius Trials, it was normal for Yixing to be favored by the experts of the Blood Edge Empire. The Blood Edge Empire was an upper-rank empire and one of the 3 strongest powers in the East Divine Continent. They had a mystic-class upper-middle-class cultivation technique inheritance. Yixing wasn't a member of the royal family of the Blood Edge Empire, so he couldn't learn the highest level of cultivation technique inheritance. However, given the conditions of the Blood Edge Empire, a mystic-class lower-class cultivation technique inheritance could be cultivated to the peak and become a 6-star reverend. A 6-star venerable was an overlord-level existence even in a middle-rank empire. As for the true Xian domain, the two strongest powers in the upper 10 regions were only low-rank empires, and the strongest was a 3-star reverend. Thinking about Yixing's future, the true Xian domain martial artists were all envious. The genius trials had ended a month ago. Now, the younger generation had all left the divine continent's secret realm and returned to their own regions. The true Xian domain's martial artists embarked on their return journey. Yixing, on the other hand, arrived at the Blood Edge Empire's Wuda's location. Yixing was also a celebrity in the genius trials. No matter if it was the Blood Edge Empire's younger generation or elders, they all knew who he was. Yixing was actually recommended by Reverend Mo Jian to study in the Royal College. This surprised many of the younger generation in the Blood Edge Empire. The Blood Edge Empire's Royal College had never had a student from the lower regions. Even students from low-rank empires were rarely seen. Wei Qingxian was from the lower regions, but her identity in the Blood Edge Empire's Royal College was Zi Xian, a descendant of the Zi clan. Yixing's gaze met with Wei Qingxuan's among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire martial artists. The two of them smiled knowingly. Wei Qingxian was one of the prettiest girls in the Xiaofan Empire Academy. She and Mo Mingyue were known as the two beauties of the academy. They were the dream lovers of countless students. However, everyone knew that the number one genius of the academy, Mo Tong, was interested in Wei Qingxian and had been pursuing Wei Qingxian. Mo Tong was a core disciple of the royal family. He had a noble status and was also the number one genius. Naturally, no students dared to compete with Mo Tong. Although they liked Wei Qingxian very much, they kept a respectful distance from her. At that moment, Wei Qingxian and Yixing looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were filled with affection. This caused the younger generation of the Xiaofan Empire to feel extremely displeased. If Wei Qingxian was with Mo Tong, they would accept it wholeheartedly. But if she was with an outsider like Yixing, they would not accept it. In the Blood Edge Empire, talented juniors would enter the Blood Edge Empire's Imperial College to study. Therefore, all the juniors present were from the Blood Edge Empire's Imperial College. In the Blood Edge Empire, there were a total of 40 people participating in the genius selection competition. Among them, more than 2/3 were males. Among them, 2/3 were unhappy with Yixing because of Wei Qingxian. According to the total number of people, more than half of the younger martial practitioners didn't like Yixing. Among them, Mo Tong was the most unhappy. He had a deep hatred for Yixing in his heart. In the Divine Continent Mystery Dimension, you were just using the array to show off. Humph. Let's see how arrogant you can be in the Blood Edge Empire. I will fight you fair and square and trample you under my feet. I will let you know who the true number one genius is. Mo Tong thought to himself viciously. With his influence in the Blood Edge Empire, forcing Yixing to fight with him wasn't a problem at all. Furthermore, if the two of them were to fight on the stage, it would be a competition of strength, not the might of formations. The use of formations was definitely prohibited. In this way, Mo Tong believed that he could defeat Yixing and regain his lost face. At that time, he would humiliate Yixing in front of all the students of the empire. He would return the humiliation that Yixing had given him tenfold. Under the leadership of Honorable Mo Jian, more than 100 juniors and seniors of the Blood Edge Empire boarded a ship and returned to the Blood Edge Empire. This ship was huge and could accommodate more than 1,000 people. With more than 100 people on board, it seemed very spacious. The ship flew in the sky and broke through the wind. It was extremely fast, much faster than supreme-grade flying spiritual treasures. This ship was a large flying Xian treasure, and its grade was as high as Xian middle grade. The ship traveled dozens of miles in a breath's time. The practitioners were very stable in the ship. At this speed, they could cover 2 to 3 million miles in a day. While the ship was flying, Mo Tong stopped in front of Yixing and shouted, "Yixing! Yixing was chatting with Wei Qingxian and was in a good mood. He glanced at Mo Tong indifferently and asked, "What is it?" Mo Tong glared fiercely at Yixing and bellowed, "When we get to the Capital Institute, do you dare to be a man and fight me in the combat arena?" Yixing's lips curled. "Are you asking for a beating?" Mo Tong's face immediately turned green. Yixing's words had rubbed salt into his wound and infuriated him. Mo Tong shouted, "What kind of martial expert are you to bully others with your matrices? If you have the ability, don't use your matrices. Fight me with real swords and spears. I, Mo Tong, will let you know what a real expert is." Yixing only smiled and did not reply. In the Divine Continent Mystery Dimension, Yixing had used his matrices to defeat Mo Tong, Ing Chongkong, and Ing Xiangyang because he did not want to be in the limelight. This did not mean that Yixing was weak. Yixing did not think much of Mo Tong's ability. Yixing had no interest in fighting him in the arena. However, Yixing's silence was seen as cowardice and fear in Mo Tong's eyes. This made Mo Tong inexplicably excited. He sneered, "Yixing, all the junior brothers and sisters are watching. Are you such a coward? You don't even have the courage to fight me in the arena?" Mo Tong laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. If you don't dare, fine. Say that you are a coward 3 times in front of everyone and I will let you off." Mo Yang, who was at the side, jeered, "Senior brother Mo Tong, how would he dare to go up the arena with you? Isn't that just looking for a beating? I think he will definitely choose to be a coward." Everyone quiet down and listen to how Yixing calls himself a coward, hee. Yixing shook his head and sighed. His disdainful gaze gradually shone and locked onto Mo Tong's eyes. He said, "Since you are asking for a beating, I will fulfill your wish." "What time? Say it." Mo Tong was overjoyed that Yixing had accepted the challenge. In his opinion, there were not many people here. Even if Yixing shouted, "I am a coward," 3 times, it would not be enough to vent his anger. Only when he could trample Yixing under his feet in front of all the students of the Blood Edge Imperial College would he be truly satisfied. Mo Tong grinned. "Huh, great. Since you are new to the Capital Institute, I will give you some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. In 10 days, at noon, we will meet in the arena." The reason why he had given Yixing 10 days was not to let Yixing familiarize himself with the environment, but to spread the news. Mo Tong wanted every student in the Capital Institute to see with their own eyes how he was going to beat Yixing up. The 4th watch has ended. The monthly votes are dismal. This does not make sense. The bitterness of staying up late to write, the bitterness of begging for monthly votes.